Mr. Sullivan, aye.
all senators voted? Any senator wish to change his vote? On this vote, the yeas are 95, the nays are 1. The nomination is confirmed. Under the previous order, the motion to reconsider is considered made and laid upon the table. The President will be immediately notified of the Senate's action, and the Senate will resume legislative session.
Mr. President,
Senator from Mississippi.
I ask unanimous consent that following the vote on the motion to proceed to S-722, the Senate proceed to a period of morning business for debate only, with Senator Wicker recognized for 12 minutes, followed by Senator Merkley for 12 minutes, and that following those remarks, the Senate stand in recess subject to the call of the chair.
Is there objection? Without objection. Under the previous order, all post-cloture time has expired and the question is on the motion. Is there any further debate? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The motion is agreed to. Clerk will report the pending business.
Calendar number 110, S-722, a bill to impose sanctions with respect to Iran and so forth, and for other purposes.
Mr. President.
Senator from Mississippi.
As chairman of the Sea Power Subcommittee, I rise this afternoon to direct the attention of this body to an important national security issue, and that is building and sustaining a larger Navy. President Trump wants a 350-ship Navy, which aligns with the Navy's requirement for 355 ships. Right now, we have only 275 ships in the battle fleet. Increasing the size of the Navy by 80 ships, even as older ships retire each year, is a test of national will. It will not happen overnight. However, Congress has the responsibility to lay a firm foundation this year to prepare for a deliberate and responsible buildup in the future. A healthy shipbuilding industrial base is necessary to succeed. Today, I will offer some general comments about the state of shipbuilding. Then I will focus on the submarine industrial base in particular because of its unique challenges. And finally, I'll make suggestions on how Congress can support the industrial base in general and the submarine yards specifically. Last month, my subcommittee convened 2 hearings on this matter. The first with naval officials. This took place in a classified setting because of their expertise and because of sensitive information. The other hearing was with the country's 2 top shipbuilders, Huntington Ingalls and General Dynamics, as well as the Shipbuilders Council Trade Association for suppliers. We discussed the industrial base as it exists today and the challenges associated with building up the fleet. Based on my subcommittee's work, here are 4 general impressions of the state of shipbuilding. Number 1, the yards are turning out most classes of ships on time and on budget. Ingalls Shipbuilding just delivered the newest big deck amphibious ship, the LHA, 13 weeks early. Electric Boat and Newport News continue to deliver Virginia-class attack submarines, or SSNs. Construction time for attack submarines has declined by 1.5 years, from 84 months to 66 months. There are a few notable exceptions, but by and large, industry is delivering for the warfighter and for the taxpayer. Number 2, most yards have excess capacity to ramp up shipbuilding. This is very good news for national security. The Navy's accelerated fleet plan concluded that the industrial base can build an additional 29 ships above projections over the next 7 years. The glaring exception is the submarine yards, which will struggle to meet planned demand as the new Columbia-class ballistic missile submarine production starts. So in terms of capacity, our submarine yards have a way to go. Number 3, 2 decades of low-rate shipbuilding has significantly reduced the supplier base. The Congressional Budget Office stated that ships cost more today than they did during the Reagan buildup, even adjusting for inflation. 20 years ago, about 17,000 suppliers served the submarine business. Now only about 3,000 first-tier suppliers are left. Let me repeat this. We used to have 17,000 suppliers. Now we have 3,000. These 3,000 suppliers include large corporations such as Northrop Grumman and L3, who have tens of thousands of employees. These 3,000 suppliers also include mom and pop, small businesses with just a few employees. Whether they deal with large corporations or small businesses, the shipyards increasingly buy from sole source suppliers. In fact, Newport News spends about 65% of its budget buying pieces and parts from single and sole source suppliers. General Dynamics faces a very similar situation. I have little doubt that this dramatic erosion in the supplier base explains why ships cost more today. And then number 4, in terms of my general observations, Congress has a critical role to play in supporting a buildup through advanced procurement funding, through multi-year procurement authority, and through block buys. These tools can stimulate the supplier base, stabilize the workforce, and achieve significant savings through producing economies of scale. In addition, incremental funding authority is a tool Congress can authorize to smooth out peaks and valleys in appropriations. It makes it easier to buy more ships in one year without busting the budget. So to sum it up, most yards are performing well and have the capacity to ramp up. The submarine yards are doing exceptional work, but will struggle because of capacity. All shipbuilders face a diminished supplier base, which undermines competition, and Congress can help improve the supplier situation and stabilize the skilled workforce through using acquisition authorities. That's a snapshot of the overall shipbuilding base. Now, let's turn to submarines specifically, and let's begin with the Navy's requirements. In 2016, the Navy set a new requirement. The total requirement for ships, Mr. President, is 355. That includes an increase of 47 ships from the previous level. For the Navy's submarine fleet, the new plan calls for 66 attack submarines and 12 ballistic missile submarines. We currently have 52 attack submarines, a number which will eventually decline to 41 over the next decade unless we do something about it. And I propose we do something about it. We currently have 14 ballistic missile submarines as part of our nuclear deterrent. 12 of these will be replaced by the new Columbia-class ballistic missile submarines beginning in 2021. To reiterate, we need 355 ships. That includes 66 attack submarines and 12 ballistic missile submarines. How does the President's budget request match up? Well, the FY18 request includes 9 ships and prioritizes readiness more so than modernization. Let me just say this, Mr. President. Congress needs to work with the President to reach his goal and to reach the requirement of 350 to 355 ships. I look forward to working with the administration on these budget numbers to make them work and to help the President achieve his goal. Now let's talk about submarines. The budget request fully funds R&D for Columbia-class SSBNs to keep the program on track. The budget also funds procurement of 2 Virginia-class submarines. We've followed this policy for years. The Navy will struggle to ramp up submarine production because of the industrial base for submarines and how it will be stretched to capacity. CBS tells us that reaching 355 ships in 15 years is not possible because we lack submarine production capacity. Electric Boat and Newport News are investing billions to recapitalize facilities, workforce, and suppliers. But that recapitalization effort is aimed at meeting current projected demand. Arresting the decline in attack submarines while maintaining the schedule for Columbia-class SSBN will take a significant recapitalization effort. We've done it before, Mr. President, and we can do it again. From mid-1970s to the mid-1990s, industry steadily delivered 3 attack submarines per year and added a 4th SSBN on time and on budget. So there's no reason we cannot do this again. We must take decisive action now to make this a reality. There are 4 ways in which Congress can help. Number 1, repeal the defense budget caps. Sufficient and stable funding is the starting point for expanding submarine and shipbuilding capacity. The Budget Control Act mandated budget caps that have damaged military readiness and choked off modernization. While intended as a way to incentivize us to reform mandatory programs, the BCA defense caps have proven to be a self-inflicted wound. We cannot solve our spending and debt problem on the backs of our warfighters and industrial base, much less on the backs of the security of Americans. Congress needs to end the defense budget caps immediately. Number 2, we need to accelerate and fully fund advanced procurement. This will help stimulate and encourage new entrants into the supplier base. We need more competition. We need more suppliers. Driving down the cost per ship will free up resources to buy more ships. And third, we need to incentivize capital investment. Congress should work with industry to identify responsible and cost-effective ways to incentivize investments in facilities and capital equipment. And finally, we need to target some appropriations to fund process improvements. I mentioned earlier that Newport News and Electric Boat have shaved a year and a half off Virginia production through more efficient manufacturing. We need more of this sort of thing. Shipbuilding is a team effort, and these are 4 ways Congress can help constructively participate in this national project. The requirement for a bigger Navy is clear. The Navy needs our help to fulfill its mission. Numbers matter when it comes to projecting naval power in this day and age. The President and the Navy agree that we must build a bigger Navy. To summarize, the shipbuilding industrial base is up to the task. Submarine production will be the most challenging part of this. There is limited capacity for submarine yards, and we need to do something about that. But Congress can take a number of steps now. We must start to build the foundation this year, Mr. President. I am committed, and I hope the entire Congress is committed to setting this firm foundation, and I certainly intend to use my chairmanship at Sea Power for this goal. Thank you, Mr. President, and I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Senator from Oregon.
Mr. President, climate disruption is a significant concern for the health of our planet. It's affecting everything from our agriculture to our economy, to our forests, to our world's glaciers, our ice sheets, and certainly the distribution of the world's insects and the diseases that they carry. President Trump's decision to withdraw from the Paris Agreement has attracted additional attention to the role that America should play in taking on this major challenge. How significant are the impacts of climate disruption to our forests and our farming and our fishing? What are the business opportunities of transforming an economy from that based on fossil fuels to that based on clean and renewable energy? What are other nations doing? And how fast do we need to move to save the planet? There will be many scholarly speeches on these topics here on the floor, many informed by the experiences that senators have in their home states, both in the evolution of wind and solar energy and the changes that they're seeing in their forests and their farming and their fishing. I hope to draw attention and hopefully insights on these issues in a more lighthearted fashion by presenting periodic episodes of a Senate Climate Disruption Quiz. And today, I'm presenting episode number 1 of this Disruption Quiz series. So let's get started. Question number 1 is, which famous CEO resigned from 3 presidential councils after President Trump announced that the United States would withdraw from the Paris Agreement? Was it Bob Iger of Disney? Was it Elon Musk of Tesla and SpaceX? Was it Travis Kalanick, the CEO of Uber? Consider which of these individuals made this decision. The right answer is Elon Musk. So congratulations if that's what you guessed. Now, Bob Iger of Disney, he resigned from a presidential council, but he only resigned from 1, not 3. He resigned from the President's Strategic and Policy Forum. And he has been quite significant in putting forward other environmental issues, such as the zero waste of Disney's theme parks. And he said when he resigned, he said, quote, "Protecting our planet and driving economic growth are critical to our future, and they aren't mutually exclusive." He continued, "I deeply disagree with the decision to withdraw from the Paris Agreement." Travis Kalanick, the controversial and besieged Uber CEO, also resigned from the same council, the Presidential Strategic and Policy Council. But he did so in response to the president's Muslim ban, not to the announcement that the United States would withdraw from the Paris Agreement. And that takes us to Elon Musk, who resigned from 3 councils: the President's Strategic and Policy Forum, the Manufacturing Initiative, and the Infrastructure Council. He tweeted, "Am departing presidential councils. Climate change is real. Leaving Paris is not good for America or for the world." All right, so that's the first question. Now get ready to see if you can answer the second question correctly. As of today, which 2 countries are not party to the Paris Agreement? Is it Syria and Nicaragua? Is it Iran and North Korea, 2 members of the axis of evil? Togo and Indonesia? Or India and Cambodia? And I'm sure you've heard climate news about all of these countries, but you may not know which ones are the only 2 countries in the world who are not members of the Paris Agreement. And by the way, the United States is not on this list because even though we have announced we're withdrawing, that takes some time and we're actually still a member. So the correct answer is Syria and Nicaragua. Nicaragua hasn't signed on because they don't believe the Paris Agreement goes far enough in its fight against climate disruption. Today, more than half of Nicaragua's electricity comes from renewable resources: wind, solar, wave, and geothermal. And the government of Nicaragua predicts that within a few years, the percent of electricity from renewables will rise to 80%. Because of the abundance of these resources, a 2013 World Bank report labeled Nicaragua, quote, "a renewable energy paradise." And the reason that Syria didn't participate or sign on to the Paris Agreement is because it's in the midst of a horrific 6-year-long civil war that has claimed the lives of 300,000 men, women, and children and driven millions out of the country. Okay, now we'll turn to question number 3. And that question is, thanks in part to warmer temperatures and milder winters, cases of which tick-borne illness have more than doubled since 1991? Is the answer Colorado tick fever, or tularemia, or Lyme disease, or heartland virus? By the way, all these are real diseases. Well, now, Colorado tick fever is a viral infection that is mostly found in the mountain areas of western United States and Canada and is transmitted by the bite of an infected Rocky Mountain wood tick. Tularemia, which is also known as rabbit fever or deerfly fever or Obarus fever, is certainly a scary-sounding disease. Lyme disease, often transmitted or mostly transmitted by deer tick bites and predominantly found in the Northeast and upper Midwest and Mid-Atlantic regions of the country. And then heartland virus, which is transmitted by the Lone Star tick. Well, the correct answer is, drum roll, C, Lyme disease. Since 1991, the number of cases of Lyme disease in the United States has doubled. Approximately 30,000 people are diagnosed with the disease each year, but because it's very difficult to diagnose, the Center for Disease Control thinks the real number of cases is about 10 times that, or 300,000 people per year here in the United States. The main reason for the increase we've seen in Lyme disease, warmer temperatures and milder winters. Cold winters kill ticks. Warm winters don't. That's what it boils down to. Okay, so on to question number 4. The question is, who was recently quoted saying, quote, "The fuel of choice right now, certainly for us, is wind"? Was it Bono, the lead singer of U2 and founder of the One campaign, known for its activist work in Africa? Was it Gwyneth Paltrow, the award-winning actress? Was it Ben Fowke, the CEO of Xcel Energy, which owns and operates 13 coal plants around the country? Or was it Pope Francis, who gave our president a copy of his encyclical when the president visited with him just a few weeks ago? Well, it turns out the answer is C, the CEO of Xcel Energy. That's a little bit surprising, given that they operate more than a dozen coal plants. But it also is a company that generates 1/5 of its electricity from wind. In January, the company shut down a large natural gas plant in Colorado for 2 days, and wind, on average, provided the power for half of its customer demand. Wind is Xcel's fuel of choice because once you have the turbines built, the cost of the fuel to operate the turbines is zero. The fuel, plainly speaking, is free. And that's what led him to this comment, saying that it's the preferred choice. Anytime you can get free fuel, it beats gearing up your coal plant or your natural gas plant. And now we'll turn to question number 5, our final question. The power minister of which country recently announced that it is planning to sell only electric cars by the year 2030? Was the answer India, which is home to 1.3 billion citizens, the world's 3rd largest oil importer, and a country with 300 million individuals who don't have access yet to electricity? Was it Germany, a manufacturing powerhouse who has had a large feed-in tariff, a subsidy, if you will, to encourage distributed solar panels on the tops of commercial buildings and homes? Was it China, where the use of cars has absolutely exploded And the pollution in Beijing is among the worst pollution in the world, driven largely by the combustion of fossil fuels. Or was it Canada? Canada, which has a new Prime Minister, Prime Minister Trudeau, who has prioritized tackling climate disruption. Well, if you guessed Germany, you were almost right, but not quite. Germany's Bundesrat, the country's upper legislative chamber, passed a non-binding resolution last October calling for a phase-out of gasoline-powered vehicles by 2030. But that's not the question quite that was asked. The question is which country's power minister said they would only sell electric cars by the year 2030? And the answer to that is India. Speaking at this year's annual conference of the Confederation of Indian Industry, Power Minister Goyal said, quote, "We are going to introduce electric vehicles in a very big way. We are going to make electric vehicles self-sufficient. The idea is that by 2030, not a single petrol or diesel car should be sold in the country." India, by the way, is already on track to be the world's third largest solar market, with the country's solar capacity expected to reach 18.7 gigawatts by the year's end. The country is also adding 50% more solar and wind generation than currently installed here in the United States. They're replacing 770 million street and household lights with energy-saving and long-lasting LEDs. And they're bringing access to electricity to the thousands of poor rural villages through the provision of solar. And they're doing all this faster than anyone could have anticipated. So that's the full 5 questions for this week's Senate Climate Disruption Quiz. Climate disruption is a seminal challenge to our generation. We need to start taking strong, decisive action now to avoid reaching the point where the damage we're doing to our planet becomes irreversible. Thank you, Mr. President.
Under previous order, the Senate stands in recess, subject to the call of the chair.
it's high, high, hey, the army's on its way. Held off front pages loud and strong. For wherever we go, you will always know that the army goes rolling along. First to fight for the right and to build the nation's might, and the army goes rolling along. Proud of all we have done,
I don't know. Yeah, you guys. Yeah, that might be. Yeah, just make sure I don't pause it. Oh, okay, yeah. Yeah, my wife's back. Hey, go, bro. Did I tell you
We used to get like a and I went out of yeah. Thought about it. I have
right in the middle?
excuse me.
And this is very important.
Was like 45
Sir, Paul Cook, see you again. So, how you doing? Everything's in Boston? Good.
Committee will come to order. Committee meets to receive the testimony of the Secretary of Defense and the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff on the administration's fiscal year 2018 budget request. We welcome Secretary Mattis for the first time before our committee, and we welcome Chairman Dunford back. The question today, as it is each year for this hearing, is how well the administration's proposal meets the security needs of the nation, factoring in both the external threats and the current state of our military. This committee has repeatedly heard testimony over the past 2 years that our country faces more serious, complex security challenges now than we have ever faced before. And the hearings and briefings we have held on the current state of our military have been disturbing. The administration's budget request of $603 billion for base requirements is 6% above the 17 enacted level and 3% above the last Obama administration budget proposal. It's also $37 billion below what this committee assessed last fall was needed and about $58 billion below the FY12 Gates budget, which was independently validated by the Bipartisan National Defense Panel. But of course, the issue is not about numbers. The issue is about what those numbers provide for the men and women who serve and what security the budget provides to the nation. It's about whether we can defend the U.S. and our allies against North Korean missiles, for example. It's about whether we have the number of ships and planes and other military capability to deter aggression and maintain peace. It's about doing right by our most valuable asset, our people. The men and women who serve deserve the best weapons and equipment our country can provide, and I'm afraid today they're not getting it. It's always tempting to divert this discussion into a broader budget debate about taxes and other spending issues. Those issues are not within the jurisdiction of this committee or of these witnesses. But regardless of our views on those other issues, we cannot wait until we solve our budget problems to adequately fund our military. We cannot wait until we perfect our acquisition system to have planes that fly and ships that sail. The world is not stopping and waiting on us to get our act together. It moves on, and it's moving on in a dangerous direction. 2018 is a key decision point. We've spent 6 years just getting by, asking more and more of those who serve and putting off the choices that have to be made. We cannot keep piling missions on our service members without ensuring they have all they need to succeed. Does the administration's budget proposal accomplish that goal? That is the question we intend to examine tonight. I yield to the ranking member, Mr. Smith, for any comments he'd like to make.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I agree with much of what you said, and I think the best way to sum it up is what you said about putting off choices. That's what we've done for quite a while, and not just on the defense budget, but on our tax reform, on all aspects of the budget as well. And I think the impact on the military is as the chairman describes. And the real problem we have right now is a major disconnect between what we would like to do and the amount of money that we're prepared to do it. As the chairman mentioned, even the president's budget at 603 does not match what our committee assessed was needed. I think even more tellingly, it doesn't match what the president has said he's going to do. In fact, it is very, very distant from that. If you talk about a 350-ship Navy, I think 570,000 person Army, you talk about all the planes, all the nuclear modernization that they want to do. I don't even begin to know what the yearly number would be to get to that. I'm suspecting it's well north of $700–800 billion. So we have all these grand ideas of what we want. We don't have the money to get there. And who's left in the lurch? The people that you serve, the men and women of the military, are left with missions that they don't have the resources to fulfill. And I think we have to start making choices. And I've got a bit of a preview of your opening remarks, and I agree with you. Certainly, the House of Representatives is in no position to lecture you about making choices. We don't have a budget. It's the middle of June. I've been here 20 years. We have never gone this long without providing numbers for the basic appropriations bills, defense being chief among them. So we continue to stall, I think, in hopes that the money will magically appear or we'll figure out some way to spend money that doesn't count, something. But we got to make choices. We got to decide what we're going to fund. And I will disagree with the chairman on one issue, and that is the notion that somehow, as the Armed Services Committee, everything else that goes on in the budget really doesn't have anything to do with us, so we shouldn't worry about it. One thing most certainly does, and that is revenue. Because how much money you have, in my experience anyway, has a profound impact on how much money you are able to spend. You know, I'll skip for the moment the argument about the Department of Homeland Security and how important the State Department is. Well, I lied, I didn't skip it. But I think all of those things are important. But if you just want to get right down to the basics, even if you just want to say forget about all that, all we're concerned about is the Armed Services Committee and providing for the men and women in our military the resources that they need, the planes, the ships, the equipment, the training, the readiness, all of that. It is nonsensical to say that the amount of revenue we have available doesn't impact that. It absolutely does. And if we're talking about putting together, and I use we loosely here, a tax reform proposal that's going to further cut taxes by $2 to $3 trillion, and if there are members of this committee who want to support that and then want to keep coming back to this committee and talking about how terrible it is that we don't fund our military, I think that is a huge inconsistency that we need to reconcile. We have clear needs in the Defense Department. Let's make sure we provide the money for them. If we're not prepared to provide the money for them, then we need to come up with a different set of strategies, which I agree with the chairman, would be very difficult. We have a very complex threat environment, from North Korea to Iran to Russia to a rising China, to not to mention the terrorist groups that are still out there and active. So it'd be difficult to redo that strategy, but we'd be better off doing that than to have a strategy that we have no intention of funding. And right now, that's kind of what the executive branch looks like they're doing. They have a strategy that they have no intention of funding. We have to fix that. Just two quick things, and I'll ask questions about this when we get the chance. I think countering what Russia is doing is an enormously important step for us. They are in a very comprehensive effort to undermine the very values that our country has fought for in the post-World War II environment. They have an incredibly complicated cyber effort, propaganda effort. They are doing all of this stuff to basically foster authoritarian regimes at the expense of democracies and to undermine alliances that the U.S. has relied on in that post-World War II world to maintain peace and security and to protect our interests. I think we need a strategy on that, and I will be very curious to get your take on exactly what we are doing in Qatar. We hear what the Secretary of State says about it, and mere hours later, the President says something diametrically opposed to that. It is a very destabilizing situation right now in the Middle East. I agree with the Secretary of State. We should be finding ways to solve that problem, not ways to throw gasoline on the fire. But I'm just not clear what the administration's strategy is. And considering the fact that CENTCOM is located in Qatar, I would think that, Mr. Secretary, you would have some opinions on what we ought to do to try to resolve that situation. And I would look forward to that comment. And with that, I yield back and look forward to your testimony.
The committee is pleased to welcome the Honorable James M. Mattis, Secretary of Defense, General Joseph F. Dunford, Jr., Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, and Mr. David Norquist, the Undersecretary and Comptroller, who has been on the job, I think, about a week. So welcome all of you to the committee. Without objection, any written comments you'd like to make will be included in the record. Mr. Secretary, the floor is yours.
Well, Chairman Thornberry, Ranking Member Smith, and members of the committee, I appreciate the opportunity to testify in support of the President's budget request for fiscal year 2018, and I appreciate the committee accepting my written statement for the record. I'm joined by Chairman Dunford and the Department's new Comptroller, Undersecretary of Defense David Norquist. As noted by the Chairman, he's new, but he will be vital to gaining your confidence that we know where our money is going once you give it to us through a good audit. This budget request holds me accountable to the men and women of the Department of Defense. Every day, more than 2 million service members, nearly 1 million civilians do their duty, honoring previous generations of veterans and civil servants who have sacrificed for our country, and it's a privilege to serve alongside them. We in the Department of Defense are keenly aware of the sacrifices made by the American people to fund our military. Many times in the past, we have looked reality in the eye, met challenges with the help of congressional leadership, and built the most capable warfighting force in the world. There is no room for complacency, however, and we have no God-given right to victory on the battlefield. Each generation of Americans, from the halls of Congress to the battlefields, earns victory through commitment and sacrifice. And yet, for 4 years, the Department of Defense has been subject to or threatened by automatic across-the-board cuts as a result of sequester, a mechanism meant to be so injurious to the military it would never go into effect. But it did go into effect, and as forecast by then Secretary of Defense Panetta, the damage has been severe. In addition, during 9 of the past 10 years, Congress has enacted 30 separate continuing resolutions to fund the Department of Defense, thus inhibiting our readiness and adaptation to new challenges. We need bipartisan support for this budget request. In the past, by failing to pass a budget on time or eliminate the threat of sequestration, Congress sidelined itself from its active constitutional oversight role. Continuing resolutions, coupled with sequestration, blocked new programs, prevented service growth, stalled industry initiative, and placed troops at greater risk. Despite the tremendous efforts of this committee, Congress as a whole has met the present challenge with lassitude, not leadership. I retired from military service 3 months after sequestration took effect. 4 years later, I've returned to the department, and I have been shocked by what I've seen about our readiness to fight. While nothing can compare to the heartache caused by the loss of our troops during these wars, no enemy in the field has done more to harm the combat readiness of our military than sequestration. We have only sustained our ability to meet America's commitments abroad because our troops have stoically shouldered a much greater burden. But our troops' stoic commitment cannot reduce the growing risk. It took us years to get into this situation. It will require years of stable budgets and increased funding to get out of it. I urge members of this committee and Congress to achieve 3 goals. First, fully fund our request, which required an increase to the defense budget caps. Second, pass an FY 2018 budget in a timely manner to avoid yet another harmful continuing resolution. And third, eliminate the threat of future sequestration cuts so we can provide a stable budgetary planning horizon. Stable budgets and increased funding are necessary because of 4 external forces acting on the department at the same time. The first force that we must recognize is 16 years of war. When Congress approved the all-volunteer force in 1973, our country never envisioned sending our military to war for more than a decade without pause or conscription. America's long war has placed a heavy burden on men and women in uniform and their families. A second concurrent force acting on the department is the worsening global security situation. We must look reality in the eye. Russia and China are seeking veto power over the economic, diplomatic, and security decisions on their periphery. North Korea's reckless rhetoric and provocative actions continue despite United Nations censure and sanctions, while Iran remains the largest long-term challenge to Mideast stability. All the while, terrorist groups murder the innocent and threaten peace in many regions and target us. A third force acting on the department is adversaries actively contesting America's capabilities. For decades, the United States enjoyed uncontested or dominant superiority in every operating domain or realm. We could generally deploy our forces when we wanted, assemble them where we wanted, and operate how we wanted. Today, every operating domain, including outer space, air, sea, undersea, land, and cyberspace, is contested. A fourth concurrent force is rapid technological change. Among the other forces noted this far, technological change is one that necessitates new investment, innovative approaches, and new program starts that have been denied us by law when we have been forced to operate under continuing resolutions. Each of these four forces, 16 years of war, the worsening security environment, contested operations in multiple domains, and the rapid pace of technological change, requires stable budgets and increased funding to provide for the protection of our citizens and for the survival of our freedoms. I reiterate that security and solvency are my watchwords as Secretary of Defense. The fundamental responsibility of our government is to defend the American people, providing for our security, and we cannot defend America and help others if our nation is not both strong and solvent. So we in the Department of Defense owe it to the American public and to the Congress to ensure we spend every dollar wisely. President Trump has nominated for Senate approval specific individuals who will bring proven skills to discipline our department's fiscal processes to ensure we do so. This first step into restoring readiness is underway. Thanks to Congress's willingness to support the administration request for an additional $21 billion in resources for fiscal year 2017 to address vital warfighting readiness shortfalls. Your support put more aircraft in the air, more ships to sea, and more troops in the field to train. However, we all recognize that it will take a number of years of higher funding, delivered on time, to restore readiness. To strengthen the military, President Trump requested a $639 billion top line for the 2018 defense budget. This budget reflects 5 priorities. First priority is continuing to improve warfighter readiness begun in FY 2017, filling in the holes from trade-offs made during 16 years of war, 9 years of continuing resolutions, and Budget Control Act caps. The second priority is increasing capacity and lethality while preparing for future investment driven by results from the National Defense Strategy. Our 2018 budget request ensures the nation's current nuclear deterrent will be sustained and supports continuation of its much-needed modernization process. The third priority is reforming how the department does business. I am devoted to gaining full value from every taxpayer dollar spent on defense, thereby earning the trust of Congress and the American people. We have begun implementation of a range of reform initiatives directed by the 2017 National Defense Authorization Act and are on track to enter into a full agency-wide financial statement audit as required by statute. I urge Congress to support the Department's request for authority to conduct a 2021 base realignment and closure, or BRAC round. I recognize the careful deliberation that members must exercise in considering it, but BRAC is one of the most successful and significant efficiency programs. We forecast that a properly focused base closure effort will generate $2 billion or more annually over a 5-year period, enough to buy 300 Apache attack helicopters, 120 F-18s, or 4 Virginia-class submarines. The fourth priority in the FY 2018 budget request is keeping faith with service members and the families. Talented people are the department's most valuable asset, but we must continually balance these requirements against other investments critical to readiness, equipment, and modernization to ensure the military is the most capable warfighting force in the world. Investment in military compensation, blended retirement, the military health system, and family programs are essential to fielding the talent we need to sustain our competitive advantage on the battlefield. The fifth priority is support for overseas contingency operations. The FY 2018 President's budget requests $64.6 billion, focusing on operations in Afghanistan, Iraq, and Syria, increasing efforts to sustain NATO's defenses to deter aggression and global counterterrorism operations. ISIS and other terrorist organizations represent a clear and present danger, and I am encouraged by the willingness of our allies and partners to share the burden of this campaign. Moving forward, the FY 2019 budget, informed by the new National Defense Strategy, will have to make hard choices as we shape the FY 2019 to 2023 defense program. The Department will work with President Trump, Congress, and this committee to ensure future budget requests are sustainable and provide the Commander-in-Chief with viable military options that support America's security. I am keenly aware that each of you understands the responsibility we share to ensure our military is ready to fight today and in the future. I need your help to inform your fellow members of Congress about the reality facing our military and the need for Congress as a whole to pass a budget on time. Thank you for your strong support over many years and for ensuring our troops have the resources and equipment they need to fight and win on the battlefield. I pledge to collaborate closely with you for the defense of our nation in our joint effort to keep our armed forces second to none. Chairman Dunford is prepared to discuss the military dimensions of the budget request.
Mr. Chairman.
Chairman Thornberry, Ranking Member Smith, distinguished members of the committee, it's an honor to join Secretary Mattis and Undersecretary Norquist here tonight. I'm honored to represent your men and women in uniform, and it's because of them I can begin by saying with confidence that your armed forces today are the most capable in the world. However, the competitive advantage that the United States military has long enjoyed is eroding. A number of factors have contributed to that erosion. Since 9/11, an extraordinarily high operational tempo has accelerated the wear and tear of our weapons and equipment. Meanwhile, budget instability and the Budget Control Act have forced the Department to operate with far fewer resources than required for the strategy of record. As a consequence, we prioritize near-term readiness at the expense of replacing aged equipment and capability development. We've also maintained a force that consumes readiness as fast as we build it. We lack sufficient capacity to meet current operational requirements while rebuilding and maintaining full-spectrum readiness. You know, Secretary and the service chiefs have addressed that dynamic in their testimonies, and I fully concur with their assessments. But beyond the current readiness, we're confronted with another significant challenge that I assess to be near term. While we've been primarily focused on the threat of violent extremism, our adversaries and potential adversaries have developed advanced capabilities and operational approaches, and these are specifically designed to limit our ability to project power. They recognize that our ability to project power is the critical capability necessary to defend the homeland, advance our interests, and meet our alliance commitments. Secretary Mattis alluded to it today. Russia, China, and Iran field a wide range of cyber, space, aviation, maritime, and land capabilities, and these are specifically designed to limit our ability to deploy, employ, and sustain our forces. Russia and China have also modernized the nuclear arsenal, while North Korea has been on a relentless path to field a nuclear ICBM that can reach the United States. In just a few years, if we don't change the trajectory, we'll lose our qualitative and quantitative competitive advantage. The consequences will be profound. It will adversely affect our nuclear deterrence, our conventional deterrence, and our ability to respond if deterrence fails. Alternatively, we can maintain our competitive advantage with sustained, sufficient, and predictable funding. To that end, the FY18 budget is an essential step. However, this request alone will not fully restore readiness or arrest the erosion of our competitive advantage. Doing this will require sustained investment beyond FY18. Specific recommendations for FY19 and beyond will be informed by the forthcoming strategy development. However, we know now that continued growth in the base budget, or at least 3% above inflation, is the floor necessary to preserve today's relative competitive advantage. We ask for your support, and while we do that, we recognize the responsibility to maintain the trust of the American taxpayer. We take that seriously and will continue to eliminate redundancies and achieve efficiencies where possible. Thank you again for the opportunity to appear before you, and more importantly, thanks for ensuring that America's sons and daughters are never in a fair fight. With that, I'm ready for your questions.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Norquist, do you have a statement you'd like to make? Thank you. Let me just alert members that under the circumstances, I think it's important to hold members to the 5-minute rule, and therefore short, direct questions will, I have no doubt with these witnesses, evoke short, direct answers. They're known for that. And put me on the clock, please. Mr. Secretary, when the budget came to Congress on May 23rd, I think other than the past week, you were the only Senate-confirmed person in the Department of Defense of the Trump administration. And if you look at that budget request, it has basically the same number of ships and planes, no change in end strength for the Army and Marines that had already been planned. So is it fair to say that essentially what has been sent to us for FY18 is what was already in the works with some minor adjustments?
Chairman, excuse me, Chairman, what we attempted to do with the FY17 supplemental was to fill in as many of the holes in our readiness as possible. With $21 billion, we were unable to fill them all. So part of what we're doing, admittedly, right now is continuing to fill in holes. But the growth that we're developing right now this year is into areas where we balance the force. In other words, we've got to bring in more cyber troops. We need to do some things to expand where we've already got gaps that we cannot simply repair our way out of. We've got to actually buy some new equipment, this sort of thing. So we are still in getting the force back on its feet, a force that you've paid a lot of money for, but it was not maintained at full readiness, sir.
Well, and just following up on Mr. Smith's point, the President has said specifically he'd like to have a Navy of 350 ships. He's talked about 12 aircraft carriers. He talked about Army end strength of 540,000. He's talked about increasing the number of fighter aircraft and so forth. So for this budget in 18 that we've gotten so far, it does not really advance any of those goals, does it?
Sir, it gets us in the right direction. As the chairman and I said, it's going to take 3 to 5% in the future to actually grow the force along the lines of what you're talking about. But I would also point out that this is $52 billion above the BCA cap. And that's not something that we can simply walk in and ignore, knowing it's a reality that you have to deal with.
Yeah, I'd just editorially comment, I don't think anybody thinks the BCA cap is anywhere appropriate to what we need for our military, and that's what we're trying to focus on. Let me just ask you one other question about this. Again, the White House talks about developing state-of-the-art missile defense systems, and I think the biggest surprise to me was to look at the budget for the Missile Defense Agency and see that go down in 18 from what it is in 17. Can you explain that to me?
Sir, it's a worsening situation. We have a ballistic missile defense review underway, but right now I'm confident that we have what it takes to secure us against the North Korean threat and buy us some time until we can get the review done and come to you with a defensible, sustainable ballistic missile defense buildup.
Chairman Dunford, you talked about that the 18 budget does not fill all the readiness holes. Secretary just testified that he was shocked when he came back into the department and saw the state of our readiness. I looked through all of the service's unfunded requirements, which they are required to give by statute, and there's a lot of readiness in those unfunded requirements. So it is true, is it not, that if there is additional funds above the President's request, especially on readiness, that those funds can be well used. Would you agree with that?
Chairman, I would, and I think it's important at this point to realize that, where traditionally readiness has been considered just operations and maintenance money, when you have a squadron that has only 6 of the primary aircraft authorized that it rates, You can only have those aircraft so ready, and it's still not going to make a difference. The squadron's still 50% ready. So I would just argue that there's really maybe this year now, as a result of the last several years, in many cases, there's a distinction without a difference between readiness and procurement. In many cases, procurement is necessary in order to get units ready.
I think that's what's a point that we've learned over the past year as well. Thank you. I'd yield to Mr. Smith.
Thank you. I'm just wondering, has anyone added up all of the president's promises in terms of defense, as the chairman and I have outlined some of them? And is there any notion of what it would cost to meet those goals in a 5-year plan? If I'm not mistaken, there actually wasn't a FIDA offered by the president's budget, which is unusual. And I can't help but think that it's because, and you can start the clock on me, sorry. I can't help but think that that's because you didn't want to look at it and see just how outlandish those numbers would be versus the money we have. So do you have a number? I mean, if you have 5-year numbers to begin to get to what what the president has talked about.
I do not, sir. We've been digging down into what we can do right now to get the force ready in its current situation that we confront. I think there's pretty common understanding here that that the force is going to have to be improved. That's the common ground we have, and we're going to have to move out smartly and in concert with the Congress as we sort out what can be done and what the targets are.
Right. Well, I would suggest, as I said in my opening remarks, that we get more realistic about that. I don't think it serves any particular purpose to make promises that nobody has any intention of keeping. So if we could down that to something that's reasonable. And with that, let me just say, one of the things I hope that the NDAA is able to do is when we're on the floor, we have an amendment to repeal the BCA and the budget caps. And I would urge in a bipartisan way that we try to get that out there on the floor and let members take that vote, because the Budget Control Act was 6 years ago. It was passed with the goal of reaching a grand bargain. That didn't happen. It's irrelevant. Now, that's not to say that a $20 trillion debt and a $700 billion deficit is not a problem. It's just that it's obvious the Budget Control Act is a terrible way to go about trying to address it. Can you help me out on the Qatar question that I raised earlier? Now, I certainly do understand that Qatar has a mixed record, but we're doing this primarily at the behest of Saudi Arabia. And if you want to talk about a mixed record, they have a pretty mixed record too. 15 of the 19 hijackers. Wahhabism is one of the more extreme forms of Islam. They funded madrasas all across the Middle East and South Asia and North Africa. And now I have met with the foreign minister. I've been assured that they are trying to reform and move in a more positive direction. But it just seems odd that we're working with Saudi Arabia to go after Qatar because Qatar is doing too much to support groups that are radical extremists. So what's going on over there, and what should our policy be?
Sir, it's a very complex situation. Each of those countries manifests its own trajectory of forward progress. I would tell you that there is common ground, and that is something President Trump was attempting to generate and reinforce with the trip that we recently witnessed. In that regard, you see Qatar itself, for example, houses the largest single air base that we have, and the headquarters, the forward headquarters for our Air Force, our Central Command, and our Special Operations. I would simply point out that we have interoperability capability with Qatar, and I believe that Prince Thorny inherited a difficult, very tough situation, and he's trying to turn the society in the right direction. But we all agree that funding of any kind of terrorist group is inimical to all of our interests, and I believe that it's moving in the right direction. We've got to try and help sort this out with them all.
Well, why the disconnect between what Secretary of State Tillerson has said about the situation and what the president has said about it?
Sir, I believe that the president coming back from the Middle East was extremely focused on what they had done in order to try to get everyone to agree on how we would stop the funding of the enemy groups, to include at times gray funding. In other words, it's not black and white. It goes into some kind of nebulous area and shows up there. So what you're seeing is a continued focus on that. At the same time, we've obviously got shared interests with Qatar that, again, hosts the biggest base that we have there. So it's one of those areas where we've got to find the common ground, make common ground, and move out together, and it has been a challenge. It's not tidy. I will admit it's not tidy, but it's something that we've got to work together on.
And just a couple quick comments before my time runs out. One, that Saudi Arabia is a country that we also have to work on that issue. Because while, I mean, they've cut this deal, they'll support the Wahhabism version of the religion as long as they don't get violent. The Wahhabism version of the religion pushes you right up to the edge of that violence. And some would argue is the logical conclusion of it. So I think we need to put pressure on Qatar. Certainly, we really need to put pressure on Saudi Arabia to stop the spread of that ideology. And I will assume that one of my other colleagues will ask the question about Russia. We lack a comprehensive strategy to counter what they are doing. I would like an update on, are we going to develop one? Do you see that as a critical need? Am I being, alarmist about what Russia is attempting to do in so many parts of the world? So I'd be curious about your comments on that, but I'll leave that to my colleagues to follow up on and yield back my time.
Mr. Lobiondo.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Secretary Mattis, General Dunford, thank you for being here and for your service. Funding for Cyber Warfare Command and U.S. Cyber Command has been protected in the budget since 2013. This has been a very high priority for me, given responsibilities on both this committee and the House Intelligence Committee. Admiral Rogers testified recently that, and I'm quoting, "To execute our missions, I requested a budget of approximately $647 million for fiscal year 18, which is nearly 16% increase from fiscal year 17. However, cuts to the services impact our cyber warfare capabilities. Cyber operations to counter ISIS are funded via OCO, which could represent a hollow forces structure, and cyber capability and readiness gaps still exist for European Command against Russia and U.S. Pacific Command against China and North Korea. General Dunford, for you, could you describe the readiness of our cyber forces to carry out the variety of missions they need to conduct around the world?
I can, Congressman, thank you. We identified a requirement for 133 cyber mission teams, and that was done in conjunction with U.S. Cyber Command. Right now, 70% of those teams are what we call fully operational capable. So they've had all the manning, they have all the training, and they're fully operational capable. The balance of the 133 teams are an initial operational capability, and they will be in the coming months fully operationally capable. So we're moving towards those 133 teams being there. But I think none of us are complacent with where we are in cyberspace, given the number of threats we face every day. We need to defend the network, develop effective offensive tools, and be in a position to grow the force. And Congressman, I think in FY18 and in 17, for that matter, we began to reverse a trend that for over the past 5 years in areas like space, cyberspace, electronic warfare, we have been underfunded. This year is the second year in a row where we have increased our resources to Cyber Command.
And as a follow-up, General, right now we are conducting operations against ISIS, but do we have the capacity to ramp up for additional operations against a different adversary simultaneously if required?
We do, Congressman, and without going through details, we're actually simultaneously conducting cyber operations now against multiple adversaries.
And can we handle the current level of aggressive cyber activity to counter Russia, North Korea, China, Iran, and others that we are seeing today?
We need to continue to grow the force to be able to deal with those emerging threats, Congressman.
Can you talk to us about what we're doing to track people and support cyber as a career field? To attract people and support cyber as a career field?
Congressman, I know Admiral Rogers has worked very hard on that, as have the services, and I think there's a combination of incentives as well as going out there and recruiting high-quality people and then setting good conditions for them to be retained, but that's something that we're working on very hard as well.
So we are looking at things such as incentive pay or bonuses to attract and keep key cyber professionals?
We're actually using those tools now, Congressman, and always monitoring the force to make sure to what extent we need to increase use of those tools.
Okay, thank you. Yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Ms. Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you all for being here as well. Secretary Mattis, I know in your testimony you spoke about the 3 million service members and civilians that make up the Department of Defense. And I certainly agree with you and agree with my colleagues that this committee cannot be expected to deal with all the issues that we face today. But the reality is that the people who come into our service, the men and women, they came from somewhere. You know, they were educated, perhaps their families were on food stamps at one time, they got federal student loans. How do we reconcile, and in your position where I think you have such a strong voice in this, how do you work with those issues while we're struggling here to fund defense appropriately and looking at all of our readiness issues? And at the same time, we see that the president is cutting many of the programs that service the people who actually are in the military. We know that over a third of kids are obese today, and they can't serve. They're not able to serve because they have had drug addictions. There are so many issues that we kind of put them over there and say, well, those don't really relate to our military and certainly not to our national security. I know you've thought about this issue, and what is the role that you see yourself playing, even within the cabinet, to try and have people focus on these issues?
Congresswoman, as you know, I'm not shy about speaking up. I would tell you that we are meeting our own quality demands right now. We have not had to lower our standards at all, but you're absolutely accurate that we have a shrinking percentage of our 18-year-old, 20-year-old, that population we do a lot of recruiting from. We have a shrinking percentage that can qualify to enlist in the Army, for example, as a private. So I would take no issue with it. Yeah, I think it's all of our responsibilities, whether we're in the executive branch, legislative, or we're a local school district member. But it's not one that I can speak about with authority. I've been rather consumed, as you'll understand, with the portfolio I have, but I don't take any issue with what you're saying. So far, I will tell you, it has not inhibited our quest for high-quality young men and women who are rallying to the flag.
Do you hear other voices speaking up on this realm?
Absolutely.
Okay. Well, I hope so, and I appreciate your doing that as well. I wonder if you could just turn to a second, and certainly General as well, and just speak to us about your current thinking on Afghanistan. As I think that the public is aware, it's feels much more chaotic and violent, and there are very few options for us. What do you see as the status, and where can we go with this?
Congresswoman, we are taking a regional approach to this. We're looking at everything from the situation between India and Pakistan and Afghanistan, obviously Iran, that whole South Asia area, because if we look at it in isolation, we'll probably have something that's lacking in some area. We are going to have to recognize that problems that come out of ungoverned spaces like that, as we experienced on 9/11, those problems do not stay there. They can come home to roost here. So there will be no turning a blind eye to it. We've got to determine what level of support is necessary and how we orchestrate the international community, not just the American, but the international community, to deal with this. We'll take that forward to the President for a decision very soon.
And General Dunford, I know that you serve very actively there as well. Do the numbers that are being talked about, and are those in isolation from other tools in our toolbox essentially? Do we need to be doing something else with civilians?
Sure, we've listened very carefully to General Nicholson's assessment of the situation. I think we're all concerned about the security trends over the last 2 years, not the least of which is the significant number of casualties the Afghan forces have suffered. So we've gone to Secretary Mattis and the President with some options that might be considered in order to reverse those trends. But as the Secretary said, we'll consider Afghanistan in the broader context of a regional strategy as well. But we do have some things that we're considering to turn around the trends and better enable the Afghan security forces, who, as you know, have been in the lead for the last 2 years providing security for their country. So this is not about us being in the fight. It's about us doing things for the Afghans to be more successful than they have been over the last 2 summers.
Do you have the resources that you need, both in the military and on the civilian side?
As you suggested, Congresswoman, the options will include it's not just about numbers of troops, it's about authorities, it's about other things we can do diplomatic and economically as well.
Thank you.
Mr. Turner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Secretary Mattis, thank you for being here. You referenced that President Trump has talked about rebuilding the military and has called for an end of sequestration. You've called on us to help you rebuild the military and end sequestration. And on all that, we agree. As we look to 2018, though, we're very concerned that this budget falls short of our ability to help you do that. There are important needs that you know that we see that are not met, and one of those is the concerns that we have for the end strength and what numbers are needed. So in the discussion of what do we need, we can look to your statements that we currently have an Army that's doing more than it's ever done. And if we look backwards to a time when the Army had less to do, when we thought the world was more safe, it certainly is pre-9/11. Pre-9/11, we had 482,000 troops in active force. Today we have 476 in current active force. Now we know where we were going. President Obama had proposed drawing down the Army even further. He was going to be 460 for fiscal year 17, 450 for fiscal year 18. Chris Gibson and I, working with the chairman, drafted the Posture Act, and the Republican Congress prevented that drawdown, which keeps us at 476 today, still below the peacetime 482 of pre-9/11. Now, General Milley has recently come out and said, I need 100,000 more. In this article here, he is proposing that we have active forces of 550,000, higher than the pre-9/11. If we look at the unfunded requirements for fiscal year 18, we know that the Army has asked for an additional 10,000 active, an additional 7,000 National Guard. Those are troops that they said that they needed but didn't get. And it's very unusual in unfunded requirements to actually have force requests. Usually you have like planes and tanks, not people. So Secretary Mattis, we don't want to give you a hollow force, but if we're going to do more, do you need more soldiers?
I believe we do. I don't take any issue with the unfunded priorities list as far as the requirement. I think the base budget has the right priorities. If there is more money available, then I think that's a pretty good list, Army, Navy, Air Force, Marines. I would add, however, that we have got to have a stable budget horizon in the future. If we bring those troops in and we don't have a good budget by next year, then it's going to come out of our operation and maintenance and our modernization as we pay their salaries, because if we go under a CR, again, 9 out of the last 10 years we've had some form of this, then we end up with an Army that actually, with the best of intentions, starts hollowing out. So well, it's got to be a balanced approach, sir, and right now I think this is the way to set the conditions with FY18. Excuse me, go ahead, sir.
No, that's okay. Well, as you know, we've been in those CRs because we haven't had agreement between the House and the Senate and the outgoing administration on what to do. And so I'm going to ask you about your conversations with OMB, because that currently is where one of our problems are, as we're looking at the House trying to increase spending to give you what it is that you need. Could you give us some ideas? What do they say? Do they know that you have planes that cannot fly, that you have pilots that don't get flying time, that you have soldiers that are not ready, and that you have shortfalls in ammunition, training, and spare parts? Because the budget that they gave us doesn't fix that. And what is OMB saying? Because we'd like to fix it now. We don't want to wait.
Well, sir, that, as you know, that's why we came to you for $21 billion just a few months ago to start reversing this. FY18 is how we're going to try to stabilize the problem and fill it in a way that allows us to balance the force. This is where we'll get the additional cyber troops and start building out like this. But the real growth comes in 19 to 23 with a program that OMB is keenly aware we need, and President Trump has highlighted to OMB. So we have his support on this.
Secretary Mattis, I got a question I think I know the answer and that you're going to want to answer, and that is on sequestration. 142 of us sent the Speaker of the House a letter asking him to put on the House floor a bill repealing sequestration. Every member of the Armed Services Committee signed it on the Republican side. We certainly believe that the President's call for ending sequestration is important. I recall, and I'm not sharing classified information here, when you called us in for a classified meeting on North Korea, we were all waiting to what you were going to say, and the first thing you said is repeal sequestration. That was more important than what you were going to tell us about what the threat was for North Korea. So I got a question for you. Secretary Mattis, should we vote to repeal sequestration?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. I yield back.
Mr. Langevin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Secretary, Mr. Chairman, thank you very much for your service to the nation and for your testimony today. Secretary Mattis, in the past, you've acknowledged the impacts of climate change on our national security strategy, stating, and I quote, "Climate change is impacting stability in areas of the world where our troops are operating today," end quote. We are certainly aware of these coming dangers, first here in Rhode Island, being a coastal state. As such, I think it's critical to address how the Department of Defense quantifies the cost of climate change. I also assume that there's a cost in adapting our national security strategy to defend new sea lanes in the Arctic or respond to regional instability abroad as a result of desertification, famine, and climate-related economic challenges. As someone who has thought deeply about this in the past, how are you guiding DoD to address these strategic and tactical challenges?
Yes, sir. I can't quantify the costs. I'll tell you it's part of the physical environment, the warming, and for us it comes down to, for example, we have a new sea that is navigable more year-round, where the winter ice no longer extends as far south. So that's a national security consideration. We look at these as they develop, sir, from the warming climate, and we take it into account. But it's hard to quantify the cost. It's simply part of the broadening appreciation of the situation that we confront.
Can you talk about the steps that we should take to identify those costs?
Sure. Let me get back. I want to give you a good answer. Let me get back to you on that one.
Fair enough.
Because it just there's as you know, almost a Rubik's cube of ways that you address one thing because it impacts another, and how you contain the analysis is actually quite challenging. But the bottom line is we have to address whatever the physical environment brings, whether it's storms in an area where we're responding with humanitarian or whatever else. I mean, this is all part of the physical environment.
Okay. I take you at your word, and I look forward to your more thorough answer then, Secretary. Secretary and Chairman Dunford, I believe that the value of our American power projection lies in our diverse and flexible abilities beyond traditional warfighting domains. Today, these strengths are jeopardized by the administration's short-sighted budget proposal, which fails to recognize the overlapping impacts of these varied interests. For example, underfunding the State Department will strain U.S. efforts to maintain our present level of diplomatic and military influence across the globe, and underfunding the Department of Education and Health and Human Services will undermine the military's ability to recruit the best and the brightest should we fail to invest in science, innovation, and programs that ensure Americans can meet the educational and fitness criteria of the armed forces. This is especially important in areas where technological change is outpacing our ability to match our adversaries, and especially as we're focusing heavily on the third offset strategy. Would you agree with this assessment? What other specific challenges do you face when national interests are underfunded?
Congressman, I'll start with that. Look, I would agree with the point that you're making. Every challenge that we're dealing with right now, there's a military dimension to the challenge, but also we require assistance from the State Department, Justice Department, other elements of the government. What we call whole-of-government solutions are required. And all of the challenges that you recited all require a whole-of-government challenge. What we have done in the FY18 budget, of course, is address the resources necessary for the military dimension of those challenges you referred to.
Mr. Secretary?
Sir, the State Department and the Defense Department are tied very tightly as we go into these situations. I'll give you an example of ISIS. We just had a conference here. State Department hosted it, 66 nations, plus Interpol, Arab League, NATO, European Union, and they all sat down together, not to talk about just the combat part, which we were able to address in about 15% of the conference, but 85% was spent talking about the post-combat and how do we make certain when we defeat them, how do we keep them keep the next group from rising. My point is that these take the whole of government effort, and right now the Defense Department and State Department work very closely. Not a week goes by where Secretary Tillerson and I aren't personally sitting down together for hours, and we talk probably 5, 6, 7 times a week as we try to make this a real tight team to address this sort of situation.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary.
Mr. Rogers.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. General Dunford and Secretary Mattis, The last administration was not very aggressive, or in my opinion, serious in confronting Russia about its INF violations. We haven't had a senior military or DOD official testify before this committee that they believe that Russia is going to come back into compliance with the INF treaty. So my question is this administration going to seriously confront Russia about their INF violations, and are you prepared, or will you be prepared anytime in the near future to give us a set of military options for their continued violation?
Sir, we are meeting on the apparent violations, alleged violations, what looks like violations to us. We are meeting on it interagency-wise as we speak, and it probably in closed hearing, at least initially, because we'll also be consulting with NATO allies, for example, on this as we build the international understanding of what's happened. We can brief you, I would say, soon. I can't give you a specific date, but we are engaged on the effort right now.
Okay, thank you. General Dunford, in March, your vice chairman, General Silva, testified before us and said, quote, "There is no higher priority for the joint force than fielding all of the components of an effective nuclear deterrent, and we are emphasizing the nuclear mission over all other modernization programs when faced with that choice. Nuclear modernization can no longer be deferred as a result of previous delays and deferrals, all well considered. We are currently depending on just-in-time modernization and replacement of many of the components of our nuclear triad," close quote. General, do you share this priority and emphasis on ensuring our nuclear modernization programs remain on schedule?
Congressman, I do, and that priority has been reflected in both the 17 and the 18 budget.
Thank you. Secretary Mattis, do you believe that we should fully fund your FY18 budget request for these programs or decrease the funding until we see the results of the NPR?
Sir, I'm confident right now that maintaining a safe and secure nuclear deterrent is supported by the current budget, and we don't have to wait. What that review will do is tell us where we're going in the longer term, but right now we know what we can do right now to keep the deterrent safe.
Great. Mr. Secretary Mattis, I'd like to commend you a study by Dr. Colin Gray, which I request be entered into the record, Mr. Chairman. In it, Dr. Gray states, quote, "The American triad now begs for modernization to remain operational in coming years and deserves the attention and support of the U.S. leadership. In particular, the LRSO cruise missile will be a weapon with a performance character that must be highly desirable, even essential, to meet the kind of challenges of most concern," close quote. Dr. Gray also points out the long history of the use of dual-capable cruise missiles by both Russia and the U.S. and said concerns about the LRSO as being destabilizing are overwrought, overstated, and unpersuasive. Secretary Mattis, I'm going to save my question for the record, but I know you're a reader, and I would commend this study to you as you review the NPR. Thank you, and I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Larson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Welcome, everyone. Mr. Norquist, got a question for you. Just a very quick, do you anticipate as comptroller that you will be able to keep the timelines this committee would like to see the Pentagon keep in conducting an audit of Pentagon programs?
Yes, we will have the department, all the major elements of the department under audit in 2018 as required. That will include standalone audits for many of the organizations and an overarching audit of the entire department overseen by the DoD IG. Most of those contracts are already awarded. There's one or two that are waiting to be finalized and awarded, but we have every expectation to be fully compliant and fully under audit.
Okay. And I anticipate other folks may have questions for you on that, but I wanted to want to be sure you were listening. No, I'm sure you are. General Mattis, I want to return to Mr. Rogers' questions in theme only when it comes to the nuclear posture review. Do you anticipate the NPR will have will decide on a triad versus dyad debate, or do you anticipate it will focus more on specific programs within the nuclear enterprise? How are you approaching it?
Sir, we're going to have to address both. I think that whether it's a triad or a dyad will be resolved very, very early because of the strength of the triad right now, frankly. But and then we'll continue with the rest of the review.
At that, okay, all right. Do you anticipate that it will come out in stages like that, or do you anticipate perhaps for General Dunford, so some of this debate in the recent past is that the NSC has been more of an operational, it needs to return to being more strategic, and part of that discussion has resulted in this conversation about giving operators and combat commanders and those below them in the hierarchy more authorities, additional authorities, especially when it comes to anti-ISIS and other counterterrorism operations. I don't have a big heartburn with that myself, but I do believe that there's still the oversight question. It's important that it's still, whether it's policy set at NSC, whether it's policy set at NSC and DOD together, or if it's a set of actions taken by operators that then evolves into a policy, it's still policy and should be coming back to us for oversight. Now, it's a statement, and I kind of want to get your feel on, one, do you think the changes on authorizations have been either that noticeable or that great in the last 4 months, first? And second, what's your thought on the oversight question from this committee?
Hey, Congressman, I think the issue really is speed of decision-making, and that more than the level at which decisions are made has been the point that Secretary Mattis has emphasized since he came in. I would tell you, having been in both administrations, the fundamental issues of force levels, authorities, and those kinds of things have rested either with the Secretary of Defense or the President in accordance with established policy, so there hasn't been a change in that regard. What the Secretary has emphasized is speed at the speed of relevance, meaning to support the commanders. So we've emphasized that. And the other thing I would just say is that, in my experience, the national security decision-making process reflects the decision-making style of the President. And I'm not sure there's a good or bad. It's the process reflects the degree of detail that the President wants to maintain oversight on. So what we have seen is that the President has delegated to the Secretary certain authorities in order to make him more responsive to commanders on the ground. But I can assure you that on some of the major issues, there's been no change in the oversight, nor will there be a change in what Congress is able to provide oversight for.
Yeah, all right, thanks. Just my last 30 seconds is really not a question, but I do want to put a plug in for the electronic warfare XCOM. It's been a long road to get to an XCOM, and I urge you to make EW a priority, both in terms in leadership and investment in training and in R&D. We've lost it in the past. I think we've finally got the Pentagon where it needs to be on EW overall, not just service to service. So I'd like to make sure you note that. Thank you. Yield back.
Mr. Franks.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Secretary Mattis and General Dunford, for your lifetime commitment to human freedom. Thank you, Secretary Mattis, that you keep our enemies awake at night. Secretary Mattis, defense officials in South Korea and the U.S. as well have confirmed claims by North Korea that their ballistic missile launch of a liquid fuel Hwasong-12 on May 14th successfully survived reentry. I consider that to be a very significant and dangerous development. And then a few days ago, Director of the Missile Defense Agency, Vice Admiral Syrian, testified in open committee before the Strategic Forces Subcommittee that, quote, "We must assume that North Korea today can range the United States with an ICBM carrying a nuclear warhead." Mr. Secretary, this new and alarming judgment suggests that the North Koreans are making significant progress as a result of their ballistic missile test. Yet the President's budget request for the Missile Defense Agency is $7.9 billion, which is the average MDA budget throughout the Obama administration. So my question is, in your best military opinion, is the threat posed by ballistic missiles greater now than it was under the Obama administration, and is that threat growing, shrinking, or staying the same? And if the threat is increasing, why would we wait for the Ballistic Missile Defense Review to at least fund the $1 billion unfunded request recently submitted by the Missile Defense Agency?
Congressman, right now I would say that the threat is growing. However, what we have in Fort Greely now and in California I believe is sufficient to buy us time so that when we come to you with a program, I can defend it and I won't come back and say we had it misjudged or targeted in the wrong direction. As you know, this is something that takes a high-tech, very focused effort, and I want to make certain that what I'm asking for can sustain the way ahead in terms of giving us a real capability. But I also assume that every time they fire one of these, they're learning something more, so it's a worsening situation. But we can buy the time right now, Congressman.
Well, let me, if I could, just leverage off of that and say that under your budget request in Fort Greely and in Vandenberg, once we deploy those 44 ground-based interceptors this year, we won't be able to continue to test and improve their reliability of the system without having to pull interceptors out of the ground, which means we'll fall below 44 operational deployed interceptors to protect the United States homeland. I guess I would just ask, are you aware of that, and do you believe that's an acceptable risk in this threat environment?
I am aware of it, and based on what we think North Korea has and could have in the near future, I am still confident that we can defend the country, and we will take steps to expand and distribute this capability, ballistic missile defense capability, further. In fact, right now, should we need another site, for example, on the East Coast to defend the East Coast, we're already doing the environmental impact statement, so in the event, we've got to come to you and say we need to do more. We're not starting at that point with something that would take some time. So we're not at all blind to this, Congressman, and I accept your concern 100%.
Thank you, Secretary. And General Dunford, would you have anything to add to either one of those points?
The only I'd say, Congressman, is that when we look at the North Korean threat, you correctly point out ballistic missile defense as being critical. But when we balance it and you look at our investments in cyber capabilities, the intelligence community, maritime capabilities, all of those also are designed for North Korean threats. When we look at the North Korean challenge, we've got to balance capability development across multiple areas and not just the missile defense capability area.
Well, thank you both, and keep them awake if you can. Thank you.
Ms. Bardallo.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to our witnesses, Secretary Mattis, Chairman Dunford, and Undersecretary Norquist. Secretary Mattis, it was a pleasure to meet you during the CODEL that our chairman led to the Shangri-La Dialogue. With 2 visits to the Indo-Asia Pacific, I have particularly appreciated your commitment to continued positive engagement within the region. While we, our allies and partners, have been subjected to mixed messages, at best from the administration, it is my hope that the rhetoric and the actions of the Department of Defense will signal consistency. So, Secretary Mattis and General Dunford, if you could speak about the value of forward deployed forces in the Indo-Asia Pacific region in augmenting your toolbox, given political and financial considerations, what additional value is gained by having forces stationed on a U.S. territory? And what flexibility does it provide, and what limitations does it remove to allow you and your force providers to be ready and ready to engage when necessary?
Congresswoman, the Asia-Pacific theater is a priority theater for the United States, for the United States Department of Defense. The value of the forward deployed forces in themselves is that they're a stabilizing element. If we did not have them out there and we had to flow them in the event of a crisis, it could actually be a destabilizing element as people were adjusting to a force that wasn't there before. Whereas if they're out there in position, then they're present, and any adversary would have to consider that if they were up to mischief. I would also say that having these forces on U.S. territory, whether it be Guam or Hawaii, obviously our sovereignty allows us certain freedoms of action and sustainment out there that we wouldn't otherwise have the confidence in.
General Dunford?
Congresswoman, the Secretary kind of outlined it from our perspective. I would just tell you, having been in the Pacific with you last week, let me look at it through the lens of our allies and our adversaries. I would tell you, us being forward certainly is great assurance to our allies that we can meet our alliance commitments, and it also serves as a deterrent to our potential adversaries in the region as well.
Well, I thank you both for your comments. I have another question for you, Secretary Mattis. Reflecting on your visits and discussions with senior military and political officials in the region, what role do our alliances, particularly the U.S.-Japan relationship, play in strengthening our posture and furthering our national interests? Additionally, how is the DoD strengthening partnerships through incorporating inter-organizational cooperation into planning and operations in the Indo-Asia-Pacific region?
Well, ma'am, I came into the department with the priorities of strengthening our military, strengthening our alliances, and reforming our business practices so we get the best use of every dollar that we get. In terms of strengthening alliances, the U.S.-Japan alliance has stood the test of time. They pay an enormous amount of the costs of our forces that are there in the Japanese islands. And we also have a technological relationship with them. They're a very capable force. Their Navy, as you know, uses our systems. There are ballistic missile defense systems, for example. So this is a two-way street in terms of benefit for the defense of our own homeland as well as for the defense of Japan. But I don't think that right now we could find, they're in that top tier of allies, frankly, that we have around the world. I don't think we'd find a better one.
So if you feel then that the Japan and the U.S. in its partnership for the buildup on U.S. territory is solid?
I'm absolutely certain. I've met with Prime Minister Abe, and he is committed to it, to include helping to fund the move of the Marines from Okinawa and the other Japanese islands down to Guam, and we'll continue working it along those lines of a partnership with Japan and get the Marines in place.
Well, I thank you both for your support, and I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Conaway.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Gentlemen, thank you. General Mattis, or Secretary Mattis, thank you for your clear statement on supporting the audit of the books and records and the financial statements of the Department of Defense. Thank you for that continued leadership and supported, obviously, leadership from the top. General Dunford, I took a quick look at your statement, didn't necessarily see something there, but I hope we can count on your leadership among the uniform folks, because you're the ones at the point end of the sword on most of those transactions, and making sure that you've added your leadership to making sure that happens. And so I assume that's the case.
That is the case, Congressman.
Well, thank you. And Mr. Norquist, welcome to a terrific team. You and I were having a brief conversation to start the hearing that your experience, it was at DHS, that
yes, sir.
They've now finished 4 years of audited financial statements.
Correct. They did not have a clean opinion when I was brought there as the CFO, but they already had an audit, and we implemented a process to turn that around with corrective action plans. DHS now has had 4 clean opinions.
Well, that's fantastic. Obviously, the Department of Defense spends a few more dollars than DHS, but thank you for bringing your talent and leadership to that task as well. General Dunford mentioned something about a 3% above the base rate of inflation would be necessary just to simply keep pace with where we're going. Mr. Norquist, could you give us a dollar amount, what that might look like, assuming just a flat 3%, a zero-based inflation, what the dollar amount would be? I know the math, but would you put that in the record for what that math would look like?
I'll be happy to. You want it for the record, sir?
Well, I'd rather have you just state it right out, something on the order of $20 billion.
Well, $639 billion, 3% would be about $18 to $20 billion a year, sir.
All right, thank you very much. I appreciate that. Didn't mean to put you on the spot. General Mattis, you mentioned BRAC in 2021. Obviously, it takes a lot of money to implement a BRAC. Obviously, a BRAC process go through, we'll spend that money, but actually those recommendations then result in a construction and decommissioning, all kinds of expenses that go into that. Saving those dollars on the back end are clearly important, but could you talk to us somewhat about, are there operational reasons why we would go through a BRAC, given that today's force looks dramatically different in terms of training needs? I may be trying to answer your question for you, but I want the folks to know that that while it takes a long time to recoup those dollars, there may very well be things that, other than the dollars and cents, that would lead us to make some of those hard decisions?
Well, exactly. So the money that we free up from closing an unneeded base continues to accrue to us. It takes a couple of years to start taking the profits, of course, because we have to close the base down. But once those reduced costs for that unnecessary base go away, then every year you're gaining that money for training, for buying new equipment, for modernization.
Sure.
I am not comfortable right now that we have a full 20-some% excess. I need to go back through and look at this again, because I don't want to, get rid of something or come to you with something that we can't sustain. Then we try and say we got to buy some land here in 10 years.
Yeah.
So we'll take a look at it, sir, but it's a great way to free up money.
Well, clearly we try to do that, and the 2005 BRAC may today be saving us money, but that's what I was looking for. Are there reasons, operational reasons, training, better locating folks together that been in separate bases across? Are there reasons why we would do that separate and apart from the savings and where those savings would accrue to the future?
I'm sure we would find some of that, sir. I would have to look at each individual case to take that firmly.
All right. Well, I think as we start down that path of doing a BRAC, the checkered history of the 2005 BRAC, we're going to need reasons other than just the straight savings in terms of making that happen. And if there are operational reasons why we would close some bases, open other bases, build new places in certain other spots in order to train better, more efficiently, be able to deploy quicker and more efficiently, all those things would be helpful as well. So again, thank all three of you for your service, and I would yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Courtney.
Thank you to the witnesses for your testimony today. I'd like to go back to where the chairman and ranking members started off, talking about this budget in the context of a lot of the expectations that had built up before it was submitted, in particular in terms of the Navy. Over the last 3 years, we've had strategic reviews, including a cooperative strategy for 21st century sea power. Actually, General Dunford participated in that review again, which talked about the need to grow the fleet larger than 308 ships. We had the force structure assessment that Secretary Mavis submitted last December, which again put an exact number saying that we should build a fleet of 355 ships. We had, in early 2017, an accelerated shipbuilding plan, which Assistant Secretary Stackley sent over, which actually showed a roadmap in terms of how we can jumpstart that process, and called for a minimum of 12 ships in the 2018 budget to again, get us moving in that direction. 3 force structure and architectural studies that, Navy architectural studies that this committee commissioned, which actually talked about even bigger numbers in terms of the fleet. And now we get a budget which, on the 23rd, it actually had only 8 ships in it. On the 24th of May, it grew a ship. There's no debate really about the fact that, what's going on out there, and we hear from Admiral Harris and we hear from General Scaparrotti in terms of the demands out there that, and we're living off a legacy fleet in terms of the ships that we have out there. I do not understand the hesitation in this budget in terms of taking advantage of all the work that's been done over the last 3 years to have, again, a more robust shipbuilding plan than what was sent over.
Yes, sir. I think once we get our strategy review done so we can give you a compelling logic, not just for number of Navy ships, but number of Air Force fighter squadrons, bomber squadrons, the number of Army brigades, we've got to weave this whole fabric together to make certain we have a joint force that's ready to fight. I would love to have more ships. You're right. There are 9 ships in this one, in this 2018 budget, and we know that we need more. But we've got to get our plan together. As you know, we've been in place here only about 5 months, and we need to get our analysis basically harvested from all those that you just mentioned, and then come up with a planned way ahead. But as you know, ships are expensive, and we've got to make certain that we have the budget to support it. And right now, I can't ignore the reality of the U.S. Army situation, or the Air Force fighter squadrons, the Navy aircraft, all the other things we're having to spend money on.
Well, again, mentioned all those prior studies, which really were built around a strategic foundation. Again, it was not just a wish list that was put out there. And I would also just know, having been on the subcommittee for 10 years now, is that shipbuilding's a long game. You've got to send a demand signal out that not just the big shipyards, but also the supply chain, which frankly went through a shipbuilding holiday in the early 2000s, and which really destroyed, a really healthy industrial base and supply chain. And I frankly think this budget, undercuts that demand signal that people really, I think, were really starting to believe in terms of what we have seen over the last 3 years. So I would just say that I think our subcommittee is not going to wait. I mean, I think you're going to see, frankly, some work being done on this side to really take advantage of the great work that all these studies have accumulated over the last 3 or 4 years, and again, which we hear in person from combatant commanders about the fact that they're playing zone defense out there against the Chinese Navy and the Russian Navy, and that's really just not an acceptable state of affairs, particularly given the fact that we're going to see legacy ships coming offline in greater numbers than the replacement volume that a 9-ship budget calls for. That is a 308-ship Navy budget that was sent over here, not a 350-ship budget. And again, I have the highest respect for all of you, and I think you understand what's going on out there and the need to grow the fleet. But we've got to do better than what was sent over. And I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Whitman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chairman Dunford, Secretary Mattis, Mr. Norquist, again, thank you so much for your commitment and service to our nation. I do want to continue along the lines of questions about shipbuilding. Secretary Mattis, you stated, which I think is extraordinarily important, the need for us to understand that we have been marking time at best here in the last several years and that our adversaries are advancing. That's problematic. You also talked about the capabilities that they have, the ones they continue to develop, and if we're going to have the ability to make sure that we influence the course of events, U.S. presence is critical around the world. Navy Marine Corps team is a critical part of that, and I know I'm speaking to the choir here, but I do want to build on the question I asked before, and that is, across the spectrum, I haven't heard anybody that's disagreed with saying 355 is not a number that we should direct our efforts towards. And this year's budget has us on track to get to the number that's in the outdated 30-year shipbuilding plan of 308 ships. So the question being is, if there's this near universal agreement that 355 is where we need to be, we can't mark time. We need to catch up. Our adversaries are doing everything they can in building additional capacity, whether it's under the seas, across the spectrum with aircraft carriers, surface Navy. The question is it does seem counterintuitive to say that we're just going to do 8 ships this year or 9 ships. I understand wanting to maintain those and making sure we're doing those things. But another thing that's additionally troubling, not just with the number of ships, but this year's budget request actually cuts $1 billion out of shipbuilding accounts. So in that realm, my question is why only 9 ships this year? But more fundamentally, with cutting $1 billion out of shipbuilding accounts, how do we see our Navy getting to 355 ships, and when will we be able to get there? You know, the CBO has done an assessment about when we believe we can get there. We think we have the industrial capacity to get there. The question is, strategically for our nation, the urgency of getting there. Give me your perspective, both Secretary Mattis and Chairman Dunford, about those two elements, the numbers and the dollars reflected in this year's budget.
Well, I share your sense of urgency, sir. We didn't, as I mentioned in my opening remarks, we didn't get into this situation in 1 year, and we're not going to get out of it in 1 year. And I recognize the Congress's responsibility to raise armies and sustain navies. But we can't do in 1 year or put a marker down in 1 year that's unrealistic. And I mentioned that we're going to have sustained growth FY19 to 2023. And this is where you'll see the biggest growth, Army, Air Force, and Navy showing up as we're still digging ourselves out of a readiness, operation, and maintenance hole. Furthermore, we're engaged in operations where we have to come to you and ask for OCO funding, overseas contingency operations funding. When you get done, there's a carrying capacity that we can carry as part of the president's budget, and we just have to recognize that. But I take no issue with what you're saying or the sense of urgency as we try to deal with what amounts to years of falling behind.
Chairman Dunford.
Congressman, I think that this highlights the debate we had internal inside the department. As a result of not modernizing in so many areas at the same time, what I can tell you is I'm confident we have the right priorities within the budget, but I'm also, as the Congressman mentioned earlier, I was part of at least one of these studies that articulated the need for more ships. And so I understand that also as Secretary Mattis' global force manager trying to meet on a day-to-day basis the combatant commander's demands. This really does reflect the challenge I outlined in my opening remarks, is that this year and last year it started, we're confronted with literally what's been described as a bow wave of modernization in the nuclear enterprise, in the cyber capabilities, our electronic warfare capabilities, space resilience, maritime capabilities, land forces. And so what we try to do is just get the right balance within the top line that we've been given. It's also why I highlighted that minimum of 3% just to maintain the competitive advantage that we have today. And that actually is a marker for saying that if we do want to get to 355 ships, if we do want to get to the number of brigade combat teams that have been identified, if we do want to get to the numbers of squadrons that are required, it's going to take sustained growth over time. And that's why 19, 20, 21, and 22 are so important, because we just couldn't get there in 18.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Ms. Songus.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and welcome to you both this evening. It's good to see you before us. It seems to me, as we've been talking here today, and you've both given voice to the variety of threats we face, whether it's from those who wish us ill, but also from the changing dynamics of how we have to respond to, for example, cyber, and making sure we're making all the appropriate investments. It's sort of a dual-track challenge we have. It's clear to me that the military services, you all need to recruit from a talent pool that is as broad as possible. General Dunford, you representative, you said how important it is to secure our competitive advantage, and Secretary Mattis, you talk about having the most capable warfighting force in the world, and that does come down to people. An analysis conducted for the Defense Advisory Committee on Women in the Services estimated that only 29% of young people ages 18 to 23 are eligible to serve after you apply all the filters that rule people out, and I think you referenced that number too. Of that population of eligible individuals, more than 51% happen to be women. However, less than 20% of today's active duty force is comprised of women. In an era where the eligible military recruiting population remains on the decline, it seems to me it is ever more important that we recruit from the entire population and not disregard or discourage half of our nation's talent pool. So with that in mind, how are you all thinking about your recruiting efforts around bringing women into the military so that you do have that full array of talents that are needed in this very dynamic environment? And in thinking about that, how do you make the case for the invaluable contributions they could be making to serving their country in the military? So I'll start with you, Secretary Mattis.
Yes, Congresswoman. I don't think in any way we disregard or discourage it. In fact, we are fortunate for decades now to have had superb women. They're not good, they're outstanding in our ranks. I think the quality standards are being met across the board, men and women, enlisted and officer ranks. So right now, I would just tell you that they are, without the pressure of conscription or the draft, we are getting volunteers of eye-watering quality,
well, I
men
would
and
agree
women.
that is the case of those who come in, but the reality is of that larger pool, only 20% are seeking to serve. So yes, I think there has to be some thinking on better recruitment efforts in order to bring more of that pool in. But I also wanted to follow up that I was glad to hear in January that in your confirmation hearings, you were committed to having men and women serve alongside each other as long as all parties met the standards necessary for the job. Under your predecessors, the services launched a review of the physical standards that all services have to meet in combat arms, and I've seen some of that process at Natick Soldier Systems in Massachusetts. But to establish the physiological standards in order to integrate women into every occupation specialty. My question is, how are you planning on assessing the progress of ongoing integration efforts?
I'd have to see if the services have identified any problems or our various surveys find a problem. If there's a problem, we will assess it and solve it, I guarantee you.
So in your time, it has been a rather brief tenure, are you monitoring those efforts?
Ma'am, I've met with the Joint Chiefs of Staff, the service chiefs, with Chairman Dunford. I did it in my quarters to make it a casual evening where this issue was brought up, and none of them surfaced any problems right now.
And then one other quick question. In the wake of the various social media scandals, what do you think needs to be done to improve the culture of respect across the department as a whole?
I believe that it's very important as we recruit from American society that we make clear not just what the military stands for, but what it absolutely will not stand for, and make certain we maintain good order and discipline. A unit cannot be effective in combat that does not maintain a disciplined lifestyle. I don't care whether it's DUI, driving under intoxication, or sexual harassment, or anything else. When a unit doesn't maintain discipline standards, it's of less capability on the battlefield. So we maintain a mission orientation and make very clear what we won't tolerate, and we field the force.
Thank you, Secretary Madison. Thank you for your service.
Mr. Kaufman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Secretary Mattis, General Dunford, thank you so much for your service to this country. Secretary Mattis, current law requires the military, that military pay is to keep pace with government inflation projections. This year, that would be a 2.4% pay raise. Unfortunately, the administration submitted a budget request that would cut our service members' pay raise. Secretary Mattis, were these decisions based on budget constraints or your belief that pay for the military should not keep pace with government inflation projections?
Thank you, Congressman. We have a responsibility to take care of our families, take care of our troops, and make certain they're paid what we need to draw very good people, and that they don't go off to combat worried about whether or not their family's being taken care of, whether it be health care or retirement program pay. All those go into making certain we keep faith with them. I also have a responsibility to ensure that they can win on the battlefield, that we are providing them the best equipment, that we're doing the research and development that'll keep them at the top of their game. It's a balancing act, sir, as we try to balance what we need to outfit them with to bring them home alive and victorious with what we need to pay them to maintain our basically our obligation to these people who volunteer to serve.
Thank you, Secretary Mattis. The military services are already having trouble recruiting men and women to join the services due to competition with an improving private sector economy. How do you maintain the all-volunteer force if you won't pay them competitive wages?
Sir, I think our analysis shows that we are paying them very competitive wages when you stack them up against high school graduates, for example, for the enlisted ranks. We probably have a better benefits package than most places. Now, not all of them. I mean, there's some out in Silicon Valley where I lived for 3 years that could probably beat us hands down. When you look across the United States, we're drawing in very high-quality people because we are competitive.
Secretary Mattis, one thing that I'd like you to take a look at in terms of containing cost, where we can shift those resources around to things like pay raises that keep up with inflation, is to look at every opportunity to shift capability to the Guard and Reserve, and granted those training requirements would have to probably be revised accordingly if we're going to rely on them more, but that I just think that there are cultural impediments within the active duty force that argue against that, and I think we need to look beyond that in terms of our force structure and how we can maintain capability. How we can certainly maintain capability without compromising national security, but at a lower cost.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Mr. Garamendi.
Gentlemen, thank you for your service and for your leadership. I'll try to do some quick questions here about choices. We're looking at tax cuts that might create a $3 trillion to $7 trillion deficit in the next 10 years. We're looking at a State Department budget immediately that calls for a $30 billion reduction and a dyad and a triad. How would you prioritize these?
Well, sir, in my role, maintaining a safe and secure, inside the Department of Defense, maintaining a safe and secure nuclear deterrent with a decisive conventional force that can also fight, has the capability of fighting irregular warfare. The problem, Dr. Colin Gray was mentioned earlier, the most near faultless strategist alive today has pointed out the enemy will always move against your perceived weakness. So we can't decide we're only going to upgrade the nuclear, we're only going to upgrade the Navy, because the enemy will move against our weak area. So it's going to be safe and secure nuke capability, deterrence, so those weapons are never used, and a conventional capability that no one wants to take us on, or if they do, we change their mind very quickly.
So we don't have to make choices, we can do all of the above.
I believe that we can, that America can afford survival, yes, sir.
Even though it's estimated to be $1 trillion+ in the next 2 decades for the nuclear.
We have gone through this twice before in our history, sir, where we had to hit one of these upgrade times, and both times the Congress rose to it. Yes, sir.
Thank you. I'll just move on to something perhaps a little less important. Current law prohibits military-to-military contacts with Russia. Should the new National Defense Authorization Act continue that policy?
Sir, I think that we are right now carrying on deconfliction. We do not do cooperation or collaboration. We do deconfliction in the Syria theater. But for right now, I believe that there cannot be business as usual, military to military. There may be advantages to us deconflicting and perhaps even having talks once they are led, first of all, by our foreign policy and our State Department to set the conditions for the military-to-military talks.
So we should continue the prohibition on military-to-military other than deconfliction?
I think at least the Congress should give a sense of its direction. If it's not a requirement, if it leaves some flexibility to the executive branch and the Secretary of State and the President, it would be best.
You mentioned that we have a new ocean or sea opening up. I assume you're referring to the Arctic. Is the U.S. Coast Guard an important and integral part of the U.S. defense? And if so, is a heavy icebreaker necessary?
I believe the Coast Guard is essential, an integral, distinct, but integral part of our nation's defense. And that is not an area I'm an expert in, I assure you, sir, but I would imagine getting through the ice is probably a pretty good idea up there when it starts moving in to keep us relevant. But
an icebreaker is about $1 billion a copy, a heavy icebreaker. Should we allow $1 billion of the $638 billion budget to be used to build an icebreaker?
Sir, this is really beyond my area of expertise. I'm not trying to get out of the question, but it's not one I've studied. I'd prefer to study it before answering it.
Thank you. I yield back my remaining time.
Ms. Hartzler.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, gentlemen, for your service. I have a few questions I'd like to ask on the LRS program. Secretary Mattis, last July, then Undersecretary of State for Arms Control, Rose Gott-Miller, testified before Congress regarding the Long-Range Standoff Cruise Missile Program, and I'd like to introduce her written testimony for the record. Here are a few quotes from Secretary Gott-Miller's testimony, which she said were focused on 3 key points. First, the LRSO is consistent with our arms control commitments and the President's Prague agenda. Second, the LRSO supports strategic stability and does not undermine it. Third, It is important in the eyes of our allies. She elaborated, there is no evidence that the LRSO or our nuclear modernization program are prompting an action-reaction cycle or catalyzing arms race. The LRSO is valuable in maintaining strategic stability. Indeed, it is the absence of a nuclear-armed cruise missile that might leave us more vulnerable to unintended escalation during a crisis. Without a standoff cruise missile option, future presidents may find themselves facing the unpalatable choice of responding to nuclear coercion or attack with SLBMs or ICBMs. So, Mr. Secretary, as the nuclear posture review continues and you examine the LRSO program, how will you and your team consider the input of the nation's senior diplomats like Ms. Gottmiller? And do you agree with her position that the LRSO enhances strategic stability and is important for assuring our allies?
Ms. Gottmiller's reputation stands on its own merit. I have had private discussions with her as recently as this last month in Brussels, and she's a trusted advisor. As far as whether or not I would stand on the LRSO right now, I'm going to wait until we have the study done, and then I can let you know. But I have no reservations about taking Ms. Gottmiller's ideas on board. No reservations at all.
Great, and I hope that you will read her comments and her testimony on that, because I think it was very, very good insight there. I want to shift gears just a little bit here to another topic. So, General Dunford, in 2012, the Obama administration ended the U.S. military strategy that required a force structure and readiness levels capable of fighting two large-scale wars simultaneously. At the time, the Pentagon stated that times have changed and the United States no longer faced a peer military on par with the Soviet Union. And this world view was quickly disrupted by a resurgent Russia, an expanding China, and continued instability in North Korea and Iran. So my question is, what do you see as the force structure requirement in order to guarantee American security of our allies across the globe? Do we need to be able to fight a conventional war with China and Russia simultaneously? And are we currently able to fight two conventional wars at once? And if not, what do you see as the greatest capability gap that must be addressed?
Congresswoman, we do confront today Russia, China, Iran, North Korea, and violent extremism. And we're going to go through the Defense Security Review. We're going to have a closed hearing on Thursday night, and I would like to talk to our force sizing construct and the challenges we face in a closed hearing, if we could do that.
Yes, but you agree it's important to be able to address all of these at the same time, right?
Certainly one or more.
Right. Okay, I look forward to that. The last question back to Mr. Secretary. I remain deeply concerned about our strike fighter shortfall. According to the Vice Chief of Naval Operations, Admiral Bill Moran, 2/3, more than 60% of our Navy's strike fighters, the planes that are launching the entirety of the Navy's attacks against ISIS, cannot fly. I'm pleased to see the FY18 budget request, including 14 FA-18 Super Hornets, as well as another 10 Super Hornets as the top priority of the Navy's unfunded priority list. So can you talk about how important it is for us to address the Navy's strike fighter shortfall and how important new procurement is in that effort?
Yes, ma'am. The bottom line is we cannot simply repair enough fighters to bring them back up to full strength. So we're actually going to have to buy more fighters. Furthermore, when you look at the $21 billion that Congress gave us as FY17 supplemental, much of that went into buying spare parts for fighters for the very reason you're highlighting here, and Admiral Moran highlighted. So we're on to the problem. We've got to keep the modernization going, but we're going to need some gap fillers before we get to F-35. We're going to have more strike fighter Hornets, for example, for the Navy to address this problem. So we share your appreciation of the problem, and we are addressing it. But at the same time, it's going to take a little while before you hear better testimony in here.
Thank you.
Ms. Spear.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To all three of you, I want to just say that on behalf of the American people, I think they're all breathing a sigh of relief tonight because you exhibit the kind of confidence and steady leadership that I think we desperately need in the military right now. I'm going to ask you 3 questions for the record that I will just ask them, and then I'll move on to a question that you can answer orally. The annual report on sexual harassment and violence at the military service academies was just released a couple of months ago, and it is stunningly bereft of answers to some of the most jarring statistics. 48% of the service academy cadets and midshipmen indicate that they are sexually harassed. And of those that actually report sexual assaults, they suggest that there's a retaliation rate of 47%. So for the record, I would like for you to provide to me and to the committee what you are going to do to address what I think is a staggering statistic. Along with retaliation, James Laporta was the reporter that broke the Marines United case. I think all of us here were shocked by the revelations. It's not just in the Marines, it's in all of the services. But he just recently was told that he is debarred from coming on to the Lejeune base by the deputy commander, and I would like for you to explain to us why, after he did a great service, I think, to all service members by outing this conduct, that he would be debarred. And thirdly, there have been, to our knowledge, a number of government meetings, including meetings with foreign counterparts, that have been held at properties owned by the President. I would like to ask each of you if you've or your staff have participated in official government events at properties owned by the President, and if so, did the Department of Defense expend taxpayer money to pay for costs associated with that event, including room and board, meals, or other incidental costs? Those are the 3 questions. Now, the one I would like for you to answer publicly, Secretary Mattis, you've been blunt in your assessment of Russia as a principal threat to the United States. Russia has been seemingly relentless in its provocations, buzzing our ships in an irresponsible and dangerous manner, flying long-range strategic bombers to Alaska, and violating the INF. The President has been silent about this hostile actions. There's much speculation as to why. But I guess my question to you, Mr. Secretary, is do you believe that Vladimir Putin has any real interest in a mutually beneficial, good faith partnership with the United States? And General Dunford, how do you plan to respond to this Russian military provocation?
At this time, Congresswoman, I do not see any indication that Mr. Putin would want a positive relationship with us. That's not to say we can't get there as we look for common ground. But at this point, he has chosen to be competitive, a strategic competitor with us, and we'll have to deal with that as we see it.
General?
Yeah, Congressman, last year in FY17, we requested $3.7 billion for what's called the European Reassurance Initiative. This year, we've requested $4.8 billion. That money is designed to increase our forward presence in Europe. We'll increase the 3 brigade combat teams as well as additional pre-position equipment. It increases the exercises that we conduct in Europe, all of which is designed to deter Russia and assure our partners that we can meet our NATO alliance commitments. So we have significantly changed our force posture in Europe, and again, our exercises and capability development with our partners in response to growing Russia capability and aggression.
Do you believe that Russia is our adversary?
I think we have an adversarial relationship with Russia, a competitive adversarial relationship. Yes, Congresswoman.
Secretary Mattis?
Mr. Putin has chosen to be a strategic competitor, yes.
Thank you. I yield back.
Mr. Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Gentlemen, thank you for your service. Just to refresh people's memory on the Budget Control Act. The reason the Budget Control Act was put in place was to effectively create so much pain on the discretionary side of the spending that it would force formula changes to the mandatory side of the budget. Those mandatory changes never came about. One of the challenges that we have is that we're just living longer, and that's created challenges with the funding of Medicare and Social Security, probably better than the alternative, though. But as it is, we live under the Budget Control Act. We as a Congress have been reactive to trying to resolve this problem, and it has created a very serious challenge for the three of you at that table. We've talked about the military budget on an annual basis for the last several years, but General Dunford, if the BCA is not repealed, what does our military look like 4 years from now if we're operating under the Budget Control Act numbers?
Congressman, we'll have some tough choices to make, and it's either going to be a significantly smaller military, incapable of meeting the strategy, or we'll try to maintain capacity, in which case it'll be the hollow force that I joined in the late 1970s. In either case, it's not what the United States of America needs to defend itself.
I would just suggest that the sooner we deal with the BCA, the better off we'll be. It makes no sense to start building a ship today that cannot be completed because the Budget Control Act forces the termination of the contract early. As we talk about those tough choices, a lot of countries were mentioned. Some countries that were not mentioned in your testimony were Venezuela, Honduras, El Salvador, Colombia, Guatemala, Mexico. I had time to visit with Admiral Tidd in Miami a few months ago. We talked about the narcotics flow into the United States from those countries. Approximately 50,000 Americans died from drug overdoses last year. At a minimum, half of those drugs originated from the Southcom area of responsibility. A lot of other countries down there with chaos that are going on outside of the transnational criminal organizations. What additional resources do we need to combat the transnational criminal organizations within the Southcom region? Given the threat that they pose to Americans, why is this not a higher U.S. national security priority?
Congressman, the two major capability areas that Admiral Tidd probably shared with you when you were down there is intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance, so he can support the interagency effort to stop drug flow, as well as maritime capability to interdict that drug flow. Those are the two main capability areas that he would want to have, and that we have not been able to routinely meet the requirements that he's identified.
General, they are so short-funded that when they have the intel that there is a load of cocaine coming into the United States, in many cases they have to sit there and watch it go by. I know as we talk about all of these other concerns, you've got a lot to balance. But I just wonder if maybe just as we do for OCO, maybe there should be a direct funding line for Southcom with regard to the drug interdiction mission. I know that without training dollars, they simply would not be able to function at this stage. And so I would just encourage you as you go forward to just keep in mind that over 50,000 Americans died from drug overdoses last year, significantly more than have died from acts of terrorism in the last decade. And that war is on our border. It's right here. It's on top of us. With that said, I appreciate your service to the country, your commitment to the country, and Mr. Norquist, look forward to getting to know you better. But thank you for your service as well. With that, I yield the remainder of my time.
Ms. Gabbard.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, gentlemen, for your service and for joining us here this evening. Secretary Mattis, after the attacks on 9/11, the leaders of our country made a commitment to the American people that they would go after and defeat al-Qaeda. Yet, we've not carried out a serious campaign to do so, to defeat al-Qaeda in Syria specifically, where as a result of that, al-Qaeda has been able to gain strength and territory. In your budget request this year, your request of $500 million to counter ISIS in Syria doesn't include any mention or dollar to go after al-Qaeda. So my question is this for military reasons or political reasons, namely that al-Qaeda is allied with and so deeply intertwined with the so-called moderate rebels that the U.S., Saudi Arabia, Qatar, and other Gulf states have been financing and supporting in their fight to overthrow the Syrian government?
Congresswoman, we have had a serious campaign, as you know, against al-Qaeda. Al-Qaeda in the Fatah area has been shredded as a capable outfit. They have been unable to attack America for many, many years. Now, they have franchised out, is the point you're making, and from Yemen to Somalia, from the Sahel to certainly Syria and all. This is a franchised al-Qaeda metastasizing threat.
And respectfully, sir, I agree and understand that al-Qaeda has spread, but specifically with Syria, al-Qaeda's presence in Syria is far greater today than it ever was before, which speaks to my question about our lack of taking them on in a serious way, specifically in Syria.
The location of where they're at in Syria makes them very difficult for us to reach, frankly, and we would have to deconflict even more vis-a-vis the Russians. Let me ask General Dunford if he has anything to add to this, but you're right, they're embedded pretty deeply, and they're hard to get to.
Congresswoman, I know you visited, and you probably know, well, you could argue whether we've had sufficient resources. We do have a dedicated campaign against al-Qaeda in Syria. We do have specific resources dedicated just for the fight against al-Qaeda. But it's fair to say our priority in Syria has been ISIS because we're operating largely in the east, and that's where ISIS has been.
To both of you gentlemen, when your budget is for a counter-ISIS program, your commander's mission on the ground for Inherent Resolve is to defeat Daesh or ISIS, and there's no mention of al-Qaeda. And the fact that al-Qaeda has become so difficult to target specifically because our country has not been taking them on in a serious way, and they have become so deeply intertwined with these armed militants that have been and continue to be working alongside and oftentimes under the command of al-Qaeda, with our support through the CIA and Saudi Arabia and Qatar and these other countries. So given the fact that this is the group that's been targeting us since that attack on 9/11, what can we do in Congress and the administration to stop that support of these armed militants that are strengthening al-Qaeda and actually go after them?
I think, Congresswoman, we could start, if this is Congress's intent, with an authorization for the use of military force in Syria against al-Qaeda, with the funding and resourcing. The statement by Congress would show the spirit of Congress, frankly.
Yes, sir, but the authorization that you are currently operating under in Syria was the one passed by Congress in 2001 to go after al-Qaeda and its affiliates. Isn't that right?
That is, we use that authority. Yes, ma'am. The challenge is that right now we have a greater clear and present danger with ISIS, and you saw why in 2014. And we went after what we thought was the priority danger through two different through one administration and now with this administration.
Well, sir, I think the reason why ISIS, you're saying, is now a greater danger is because it wasn't taken seriously. One reason among many, it wasn't taken seriously from the beginning, and that is the concern here with al-Qaeda, is that because it has been largely ignored, it has grown to a point where it has now become difficult to take on and now presents a greater threat to the United States, and this must be addressed.
I think that's fair, and we are addressing it from Yemen to Somalia and other areas, but we're certainly, we'll look at what you're talking about here. It's not that we're not addressing it there, it's just that we don't have the reach right now, and we'll take a look at it, but there's plenty of enemies in Syria, and I'd agree with you on that.
Mr. Cook.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank everybody for being here tonight. I know we've had a long session here, but Mr. Scott asked some of these issues, and it's something I'm very concerned about. Quite frankly, I came to Congress to be on this committee, and maybe I might not be as empathetic to some of the other issues that are going on. Everyone's got their own area that they're really interested in, but I'm sorry, with what's going on in the world and everything else, that your testimony is so important. And we've had testimony about being C3, C4, which translates, and quite frankly, I don't think the rest of the Congress or the Senate know exactly the implications of being not combat ready. And that means, basically, if the balloons goes up, we're going to have to commit troops to a conflict where they're going to die or at least be wounded. And so that's a big priority with me. So, you know, we're going to have this debate whether we're going to have a continuing resolution. I think it will be so stupid if we send that message again. And even worse, if we don't end that sequester. Now, my question, you know where I stand, and but I'll be damned if I'm going to bury any more Marines on my watch. If we continue with that, as I described, and we have units that are C3 and C4, and we have all these commitments in Europe, all over the world, what kind of message will it send to our allies, and in this case, particularly our NATO allies, that we've been after them to meet their 2% commitment, yet we ourselves cannot have our units combat ready? And in light of the RAND study, Mr. Secretary and General Dunford, if you could address that in terms of, you know, those 28 countries, actually it's 29 now with Montenegro in there, right under the gun of the Russians, and what kind of message would we be sending them?
Well, Congressman, we share your priority you place on this. That's the reason why we came for the FY17 supplemental. It's why this budget grows significantly. I share the concern that it doesn't grow enough, but again, we're trying to balance a lot of things along with a debt, and I just have to recognize that this is going to take some time to get out of. What's the message we send, sir? I'd say the message to our allies would be worrisome. It will not be reassuring, but more importantly, it's the message to our adversaries that would concern me, that this is a time to test us.
Congressman, I think you raised two issues, and the Secretary spoke about one of them. The first is that I think history tells us that the perception of strength has a lot to do with the probability of conflict. And so if our adversaries look at us and we are strong, and the perception is that we are strong, that drives down the probability that we will have to fight. But then the second thing you raise is if deterrence fails and we do have to respond to a conflict, it will be come as you are. And the cost of not being ready will be in time to accomplish our objectives and in casualties, which is what you spoke about. So I couldn't agree with you more. And when our allies in NATO or elsewhere look to the United States, what they see is what gives them confidence that we can meet our commitments and that we will be strong. And so I think it's fair to say they have concerns about that.
I yield back. Thank you.
Mr. O'Rourke. Mr. Secretary, I wanted to begin by extending my sympathies to you and those who are serving currently in Afghanistan, and to the families of those who lost their lives, U.S. service members who lost their lives in Afghanistan this weekend. And I think so much of what we are talking about and the support that you are asking us to provide is to ensure, as you mentioned, that we are ensuring the readiness and the ability of those brave service members to do the jobs that we've asked them to do. And you've also mentioned, and I think accurately so, that Congress has sidelined itself from some of its key responsibilities, and the effects of those are very serious. And I would add that I'd say Congress has sidelined itself from its oversight and ownership of the wars that we have been fighting. And I want to make sure that we work more effectively together to ensure that we're doing our part. In this budget, in our projections for this coming year, what should we expect to see in Afghanistan? How many service members do we have there now? How many do we project to see over the course of the year that we have a budget for, or a proposed budget for?
Yes, sir. We've got, as you know, a little under 10,000 U.S. service members there at this time. The commander on the ground, in light of the situation, has asked for more. Those discussions are ongoing right now with the president and myself and the chairman advising him. And I think the decision will be taken soon. We have got to come up with a more regional strategy. So what we're doing is connected to the geographic reality of where this enemy is fighting from. It's not, as you know, it's not just from Afghanistan. And so we're engaged in this. However, the bulk of the fighting will continue to be carried by the Afghan forces, as we've seen over the last several years.
Are the proposals in those ongoing conversations reflected in the overseas contingency operations numbers that you presented earlier?
They're not right now, Congressman.
There may be a supplemental request depending on the outcome of that conversation?
There would be, yes, sir, which would be, we would have to have a discussion with you, explain it.
Something that you told us when we first had a chance to meet with you that has stuck with me since is that the United States has two principal powers, the power of intimidation and the power of inspiration. Mm-hmm. And I guess to bring it back to the subject of the hearing and what the cost is of those two powers, do you feel that we have the appropriate balance of the two? Are we trying to do too much around the world through our powers of intimidation? And to use Afghanistan again, and you mentioned doing more with regional powers, how could we complement the extraordinary service of those who are deployed and whose lives are on the line with the resources necessary to provide the inspiration side of the equation?
Well, sir, the inspiration side is more than just what we deploy with. However, in the deployed category where we're out there with USAID, U.S. diplomatic service, that sort of thing, our education efforts where we fund students to come back to the United States on exchange tours, there's a host of things we do in terms of building the broader power of America's inspiration so that it's actually a player in this competitive, against competitive ideologies right now. So are we doing enough? Well, I mean, you can always do more, but you can always do more in the military realm. We try to get the right blend, and I think that we're at least going in the right direction on that.
Do you think we need to do anything fundamentally different in Afghanistan to achieve a different result as we approach almost 16 years in, or by and large, will it be more of the same for the foreseeable future?
I think we've got to do things differently, sir, and it's got to be looked at as across the board, whole of government, not just military efforts, plus allied efforts and internationals. It's along the same lines as what Secretary Tillerson is orchestrating against, for example, ISIS right now, what NATO is orchestrating in Afghanistan, but even broader than we're doing it up until now.
Thank you. Mm-hmm. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Lamborn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Mr. Secretary, and General Dunford, thank you both for your wonderful dedication and service to our country. We all appreciate that. Secretary Mattis, I want to ask you about research and development for space and then research and development for missile defense. And I know you see the need for both of those important areas. In your testimony on page 5, you said outer space, long considered a sanctuary, is now contested. This creates the need to develop capabilities and capacities for more resilient satellites designed to withstand persistent kinetic and non-kinetic attack. So in your written testimony, you certainly point out the need for more capacity and more capability for space. And also in missile defense, I know you're a proponent of exploring boost phase missile defense when the adversary's missiles are in their most vulnerable state. So, but I'm just concerned, and the chairman asked you this at the very beginning of the hearing, we're cutting the budget for missile defense research and development. And in the space R&D budget, it's at a 30-year low. So in both cases, we're really not putting our money where our mouth is. And I know President Trump wants to have a state-of-the-art missile defense system. So how do we square the needs out there with the fact that we're cutting and not necessarily, and Mr. Norquist, I'm going to ask you to jump in on this also. Why are we not putting our money where our mouth is?
Sir, it's a prioritization. As you know, right now we have the ballistic missile defense capability at Fort Greely and down in California, Vandenberg. And I think that right now we can first do the study to make certain we know what is the requirement, what are we lacking, define the problem well enough that we are targeted like a laser beam on exactly what we need. Boost phase, you know, is geographically dependent, for example, and that just may not be something that we want to put a lot of money into because it just may not be as relevant as increased naval capability that we can move around. It would be one example up and down our coast to help defend. I want to get this right before we come to you and spend a lot of money. You're going to count on us that we did our homework, and I've not yet done it. And that's probably the best answer I can give you. As far as space, we are taking advantage of some things that the intelligence services are telling us, but I'd prefer to, again, study this a little more. I'm not disagreeing that we don't need the R&D in these two areas at all, however.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Norquist, you're probably itching to answer a lot of questions here tonight, so could you jump in? Thank you, Congressman. I just point out two things. I don't know how the R&D breaks out among the individual programs, but overall the science and technology piece of RDT&E, the research edge, that's $13.2 billion, which is up $600 million from the 17 budget. So there's been an investment in research and technology in the S&T area, and on the that's
space,
DoD-wide, right?
That's DoD-wide, correct. So I don't know the individual piece of it, but DoD-wide, there's been an increase in investment in that area.
Okay, well, I'm glad to hear that, but you would agree with the need for space and missile defense research and development in particular, wouldn't you?
Correct.
Yeah. In general, do you have anything to add to this conversation?
I don't, Congressman.
Okay. Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Mr. Moulton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Secretary, when I was a young second lieutenant standing in the Kuwaiti desert, you gave me a lot of confidence as my division commander. And I have to say that you give me a lot of confidence today as our Secretary of Defense. So thank you for continuing to serve the country. Mr. Chairman, I'll withhold my praise for you lest I be unduly accused of favoring the Marine Corps. But suffice it to say, we're lucky to have you as well. Speaking of that confidence, Mr. Secretary, do you have confidence in our post-Mosul, our day-after plan in Iraq? It would be, I would never have believed standing in that Kuwaiti desert 14 years ago that we would still be there today. With the plan as it is resourced today, are you confident that we will be able to win Iraq once and for all and bring the substantial number of our troops home?
It's going to be, Congressman, it's going to be a long fight, even in Iraq, as we throw ISIS out. We're going to have to deal with the aftermath. I would tell you that we are working this by, with, and through allies, and so I do not have the same control over the day-to-day activities of what is going to happen, for example, in West Mosul in the post-combat phase. But I think that we are going to have to work with the government of Iraq in the what I would call post-combat pre-reconciliation phase, so we don't end up in this same situation again. and we are committed to working with the government of Iraq and Prime Minister Beatty, who, as you know, visited here in Washington 2 months ago, month and a half ago.
Mr. Secretary, from your view, does the State Department have the resources it needs to support the Iraqi government as you describe?
I believe they do. I would defer to the State Department evaluation of that, however.
Okay. Mr. Secretary, in order to do your job, you need to have a workforce. You need to have personnel in the Department of Defense, and there's been a lot of concern about just filling positions. How many positions at the Pentagon do you have unfilled today?
Congressman, I need to take that for the record. Day by day, we're getting more people through the process. As you know, the Senate Armed Service Committee has very high ethical standards, higher than any other department for the people who come to work. So it takes a while for some to disentangle their finances. It's challenging.
Have there been any nominations or any names that have been rejected by the administration, names not requiring Senate confirmation?
I'm not aware of any rejected at the White House. There were some that we were told would not make it through Capitol Hill, but I had no one that I can think of rejected there.
Is there anyone that you have brought on to the Department of Defense who has subsequently been pulled out for political reasons by the White House?
I can't think. I've only had a few, as you know, brought on, and Secretary of the Air Force, Comptroller, I don't have very many. No, I haven't had any pulled out by the White House.
Okay. Mr. Secretary, I'd like to move on to the role of Congress in all of this, and you've outlined, as has the Chairman, the responsibilities that we have to ensure a proper budget, proper resources, to come to grips with the financial situation of the country, which people in your position have cited as one of the greatest threats to our national defense. What are, if you could name the top 5 programs or projects that you don't want at the Department of Defense, but we here in Congress force upon you, thereby taking away resources from requirements that you need to fund? I think that would be helpful as we go through the NDA process.
Congressman, I better do a little homework and get back to you on that. I've mentioned that BRAC is one that I do want that Congress may not want, but I think I can make a persuasive argument on that. But I can't think of something that Congress is forcing right now. But I will look into this and get back to you.
Mr. Secretary, if you could would you be able to get back to us before the NDA markup with that list?
I should be able to get back to you this week, I would imagine. If there's something out there, I'll find it quick.
Okay. Thank you both again very much for your service. We're proud to have you. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Mr. Bridenstine.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Secretary, I think you'll find broad bipartisan support for the budget requests that we've received, which of course increases defense spending a little bit. I think you'll also find some bipartisan support for even more. As a former Navy pilot, currently serving in the Oklahoma Air National Guard, I used to fly counter-drug missions. I'd like to piggyback for a second on what Mr. Scott from Georgia was talking about. I used to fly the E-2 Hawkeye, VAW-77, the Night Wolves. In 2013, my squadron under the sequester was eliminated. My squadron was responsible for busting about $2 billion worth of cocaine every year on the high seas, $2 billion. That cocaine now comes into the United States, and of course, Mr. Scott mentioned, I think you said 50,000 Americans die in drug overdoses every year, which is more than all the Americans we lost in Vietnam, if not maybe close to, if not more. So this is a big concern. As far as the capability gap, I understand when you mentioned that the concern is if we spend too much too fast, it could end up putting us in a position where it's not sustainable, and we could end up with as you mentioned, a hollow force, which is a concern, I think, for pretty much everybody on this panel. I would also say that there are a lot of unfunded requirements that ultimately we could be working on today. And I would just ask General Dunford, when we deploy an Aegis cruiser or a THAAD missile battery, are we deploying those with the full complement of interceptors?
We have some precision munitions challenges that bleed over into our Navy weapon systems.
And are you aware that when we deploy one Aegis, many times there's an underway switching of missiles from one Aegis to another Aegis?
I am aware of that, Congressman.
So these are examples of unfunded requirements that ultimately we could meet today if the resources were there, that ultimately wouldn't put us in a position to have a hollow force in the future.
Congressman, I'd like to just address that precision munitions challenge. We today have requested resources that get to the maximum amount that industry can produce. But there's a caveat to that. Industry can produce at the level of prediction that they have right now. In other words, they can only produce so much today based on what we're able to tell them about tomorrow. So one of the areas that the Secretary has highlighted is the need for predictability and stability in the future as well. And the only way we're going to get around the challenge, that's a great example of why we need stable, predictable budgets, because we actually can't buy the precision munitions we need until we do have stable, predictable budgets at adequate levels. So again, industry is telling us today we're producing at the maximum rate we can. But if we were able to tell them what resources would be available 2, 3, 4, 5 years down the road, they would be able to increase the industrial capacity and actually address that particular issue. So that's just one of the second-order effects of the challenge we've been in, living year to year with the number of CRs that we've had, is we're not able to give industry the predictability they need to actually meet our requirements. And that's actually the story of precision munitions.
So if we're doing a defense appropriation annually, how do we address that?
We would have to, with a program, be able to provide our industry partners with some degree of accuracy the rough order of magnitude of resources that would be available in the out years. And we're simply, because of the budget situation right now, we're simply not able to do that.
Okay, I would encourage Mr. Chairman, Mr. Secretary, as you look at the budget and as we work as a body here, know that we fully support increasing the defense spending, that we have capabilities that we're leaving on the table. And if we can support you in that effort, whether it's long-term or next year, we want to do it. And I would encourage you to look at unfunded liabilities or unfunded requirements specifically. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Ms. Hanabusa.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Gentlemen, thank you for being here this evening. Secretary Mattis, in your testimony, you have 5 priorities. The 5th, of course, is the support of what we call the OCO funding. OCO has been something that I never quite understood for the time that I've been here. It was originally not even on budget, so to speak. Then we kind of report it, but it's still a question as to whether it counts, it doesn't count. So in your mind, when you say that your 5th priority is in support of the OCO budget, what do you anticipate the $64 billion to be used for?
This is for operations, Congresswoman, against ISIS in Iraq and Syria. It has to do with any place that we have active areas of hostilities, Afghanistan, for example. And this is over and above the standard budget to maintain our military. These are for the operations we actually conduct there. Unfortunately, we've seen at times things that belonged in the base budget put into the OCO. And I share Congress's frustration. The base budget should have the base budget, and this should only be for those things that grow based on overseas contingency operations.
So your overseas contingency operation definition is the battle against ISIS, and it's Afghanistan, Iraq, and Syria. Would that be a correct statement?
Go ahead. Yeah.
Congressman, it also pays for units that are at home station preparing to go to those particular fights. And we also have some OCO outside of that with the Al-Qaeda fight in Africa as an example.
In Africa as well? But it's also tied to ISIS.
It is tied to violent extremism.
Some terrorist organization.
That's right.
Mr. Secretary, I do know from your history that you're a very interesting person in the sense that your time at Hoover, you've written a lot, you've thought a lot. One of my favorite reading materials that you did was The Warrior and the Citizen that you put together at Hoover Institute. So given that philosophy, that I call it, your philosophical bent on a lot of this, how do you want to put together or come to grips with the fact that we have a QDR in 2018, you've authorized an NPR in 2017, and I believe somewhere in there, there's going to be a review of the ballistic missile defense. So do you feel that it's premature, or do you feel that any of these studies could somehow affect what you're coming here and asking us for today?
Certainly, it will affect it. There will be implications downstream. But right now, we know the situation, the threats we face today. We know the force we have today. We know the readiness shortfalls we have today. And I am confident right now that we can justify the dollars that we're asking for. Certainly, we will define the problems, strategic and operational problems for the future that need further addressal. But right now, I'm confident that what we're asking for, we can defend.
Mr. Secretary, you can't come to Congress and on page 11 of your testimony talk about BRAC and not expect any of us to just have a free pass at that. So can you tell me, when you talk about BRAC and you want the ability, you want Congress to give you the authority to consider bracking, can you tell me what your criteria is? You must have some idea by requesting it as to what kind of, quote, establishments, facilities, whatever you may want to call it, you want to brack, because you must feel that somehow it's excess. We don't need it.
Right. It would be facilities that we no longer need, nor can we foresee using them in the future, even if we have to mobilize, for example, significant parts of our reserves. It'd be the ones that we don't, the facilities that don't perhaps any longer have training capability because of urban spread around them, where we can no longer safely do what we used to do there. It would be that sort of a situation.
Mr. Secretary, is a list or some kind of a, potential BRAC list exists? Does it exist today?
There is I've been told we have 20% excess capacity, but as I said earlier, I am not confident in that figure, and I'd want to look at it again and make certain that we validate the criteria that was used to get there and then go back through it.
Before my time runs out, can you provide us a list, whatever you have?
I can't right now, ma'am, because I'm not willing to put my name to it. I want to study it first.
Thank you, and I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Dr. Winstrup.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank you for your service, especially in an extremely challenging time for our nation and for the world. And neither of you have to be here, and you're choosing to do it. And it's a tremendous challenge. As I said, our threats are so many. It's so multifocal, it's so multifaceted that it's even hard to list. And the chessboard is more than three-dimensional, in my opinion. With that in mind, one of the things that you mentioned, Mr. Secretary, was that it's going to be a long slog. A lot of these things are going to be long, drawn out. As a soldier in the field, when you know that's the situation, then you look for your short gains, right? Because you want to have that motivation there. So I guess my first question is, how do you see the morale of our military today?
Sir, I'd like the chairman to also respond to that. In my discussions, in the emails I received, the young people are quite, they show a lot of initiative in helping me to run the department. I would just tell you that so far, I think we've got the morale is holding, the affection of the American people is understood, and that has a lot to do with why the morale is held. That said, I believe the families in many cases have become brittle with repeated deployments of their husbands, wives, mothers, fathers, whatever. And I think that, that there is some question about the level of commitment when people cannot fly the airplane that they know they've got to be good at flying. They can't put their vehicles in the field. The ships aren't going to sea on schedule, or they're deployed longer overseas because they're waiting for the ship that had to go through more extensive repairs to get up. But let me ask the chairman to just give a few words on that so he's a little closer.
Yeah, Congressman, you know, one of the privileges is having a chance to go around and meet with members and families from all the services. And I think, by and large, morale is very high. But Secretary spoke about families, and I think I do see some challenges with our families. And also, if you look at some of these readiness challenges, they can't help but affect morale. If you're a pilot that's flying 10 or 11 hours a month, and you're in a squadron that should have 12 aircraft and only has 6 aircraft, it can't help but affect you. Now, I would tell you, we are recruiting and retaining high-quality people. I think morale is better than any of us should expect that it would be after 16 years at war. As the Secretary said, the all-volunteer force was never envisioned to be at war for this enduring period of time. So I think there's a lot of reasons for us to be proud of the morale and proud of the quality of people that we're recruiting and retaining. But I don't take it for granted. And I do think some of the challenges we have with our families and some of the challenges we have with people who are in units most affected by these readiness challenges, those are going to have an impact over time, and we should be attentive to that.
Yeah, I think that sometimes the country doesn't always understand the sacrifices that are being made by the troops and their family, and then the challenges that they face when we really don't have them at full readiness the way that we would like to. And so I think that's in part on us here to make sure that the country's aware of that. And as you look ahead, you know, are there things, our current readiness state, as you just mentioned, it has us doing less things than we'd like. And so to me, it's very difficult and challenging for you to make a list of what we're going to do next. You know, how do we have a step-by-step plan? You know, I think traditionally in wars, you know, we take this land, we go to the next step, and we keep moving on. This is very challenging, a different environment than we've ever seen. And you're talking about terrorism as well as near-peer adversaries. So I think it would be helpful to us to be able to explain that how difficult it is if we aren't fully ready and equipped to even compile a plan that can get us where we want to be someday, where there may be some peace. And so my question is, do you have a list, and based on that, does it reflect what you need but don't have?
Sir, we have an assessment that tells us what we need to be ready for, and that assessment comes to us from our regional commanders based on any treaties that we're in, the protection of the American homeland. There's all sorts of things that figure into what national security looks like. Based on that, we know a number of forces that we need and what level of readiness, how fast they have to be ready to deploy. So that's the way we parse it out, and then we look at what each of those forces needs, an Air Force, Navy, this sort of thing, for readiness to deploy. So we break it down into something that's manageable by unit commanders who know what they're expected to do. An Army brigade commander knows he must be able to move, shoot, and communicate with his brigade of troops, close with and destroy an enemy. A ship commander knows he must be prepared to deploy on so many days' notice with this much ordnance and his people trained to do things. So we do have it. It's broken down. It's very complex to make the joint force work, but the commanders know and the troops know, the NCOs know, sir.
Ms. Rosen.
Thank you. I want to thank you for being here into these late hours and your willingness to answer all of our questions so candidly. And, you know, a question was asked a few minutes ago by Rep. O'Rourke that mentioned America's role and inspiration in being a world leader. And Secretary Mattis, in 2013, you said yourself that if you don't fund the State Department fully, then I need to buy more ammunition, ultimately. So we know that the President's budget slashes funding for the State Department and foreign aid about 32%. In a recent op-ed by retired Admiral Michael Mullen and retired General James Jones, they mentioned that research does suggest that investing in prevention is 60 times, I'll say that again, 60 times less costly than war and post-conflict costs. So do you support this decrease of foreign diplomatic support by the President? And doesn't it seem to undermine our success and our stature around the world if we do this?
Congressman, that's a tough one for me to answer because I've not looked at what where those cuts lie. You know, I can't give you an authoritative answer. I will tell you that when the President's budget was released, due to the teamwork between Department of Defense and Department of State, we immediately, Secretary Tillerson and I met, and we looked at where is the money that I have for development aid, what does he still anticipate receiving, and looking at how do we jointly figure out the priorities. So we're working on it within a sense of teamwork, a spirit of collaboration between DOD and Department of State to try to get the best return on the money. But I honestly have not looked at his budget and looked at where the cuts are coming from. So I'd rather not speak about something I've not studied.
Thank you. I guess what I want to say about that then is, does that relate? How does that relate to what you're going to request? Because if we don't put money into prevention, is that going to increase your budget requests? And where will it do it, especially in regards to ISIS, cyber, terrorism, some of those issues? If we're not stopping and preventing, then what do you have to do on the back end?
Well, I mean, the challenges we face in some cases, having fought this enemy for a long time, there's probably very little we can do to rationally move them out of where they're at because they didn't rationally gain their perspective. That doesn't mean we shouldn't try to take the next generation and prevent them from going down this path. But I would just tell you that in terms of defense of the country, that's what Department of Defense does when it comes to the kinetic side, the lethal side, and making the department the most lethal it can possibly be is where I focus in, although I work very, very closely with Secretary Tillerson to support his efforts.
Thank you. I'll yield back my time.
Mr. Byrne. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Gentlemen, thank you for being so patient with us. If you don't mind, I'd like to go back to the discussion we had earlier about the size of our Navy fleet. Now, we know from the Navy's force structure assessment that's from just last year that they recommend 355 ships. Our President, our Commander-in-Chief, says he knows we need 350 ships, pretty close to one another, so we know where we want to go. The Congressional Budget Office gave us an estimate that to build a 355-ship Navy would require an additional $5 billion a year for shipbuilding. General Dunford, let me start with you. Do you agree in general with CBO's analysis of what more we need to be spending per year on shipbuilding?
Congressman, I've seen that study, and it looks about right to me based on my experience.
Thank you, sir. Well, looking at this year's budget, obviously after you heard the questioning from Chairman Whitman, we know that we're actually not going in that direction with the proposed budget for 2018. At what point, in your estimation, General, are we going to get to the point where we're spending that extra $5 billion to get to the size of fleet we're trying to get to?
No, Chairman, thanks for asking that question. I mean, my characterization of 18 is that it's the second year in a row we begin to turn around a trend that really was 7 or 8 years in the making, and it's going to take several years to get us out of the hole that we're in right now, which is why I just maybe highlighted in my opening remarks that just to maintain the relative competitive advantage today would require 3% above inflation. And so in the coming years, and of course we don't have a long-term program now, we'll have that in the future, when we think about what's adequate in the future, we need to have it in the context of those requirements that you've identified and the real growth above inflation that will be required to realize that.
Well, Mr. Courtney made a very important point. When you're building ships, the timeline is very long. And so every year that you wait, you push that timeline back further. Do you have any concerns that we're pushing that timeline back further with what's happening with retirement of some of our ships that are presently in the fleet?
Congressman, I do. And the other thing I have a concern about is, back to the example I use of precision munitions, if we told a shipbuilder, with predictability, we're going to build 10 ships, they'd be able to buy 10 ships worth of steel, 10 ships worth of copper piping, copper wiring, and so forth, and it would cost X. The fact that we're not able to provide predictability and actually make multi-year contracts for things like shipbuilding means we pay much more. which means we can't get after meeting the requirements that you've identified. So I am concerned on two fronts. I'm concerned that we're late to need in getting after these requirements, and I'm also concerned that a failure to provide predictability means we won't be able to afford getting to this number of ships with the top line envisioned.
Mr. Secretary, if I could turn to you for a moment. Your boss, the Commander-in-Chief, wants a 350-ship fleet. You just heard what General Dunford said. Where do you see, with the pace that we're on right now, where do you see the fleet being at the end of President Trump's presidency in January of 2025?
Congressman, I think that depends on whether or not sequester is repealed, whether or not we start going for multi-year contract. There's a lot of variables here.
Well, assume we don't have sequester. Based upon your budget request for 2018 and what I know you're planning for years out from that, where do you see the fleet 8 years from now?
Sir, I need to come back to you with a reply that's researched here. The challenge is, sir, that we're in a position right now where we've got to get the fleet back to sea that we have now. We're trying to address this, try to eat this elephant one bite at a time. And so we're going to have to increase. I would think it's going to take a budget that's probably up around 5% growth, real growth, in order to get towards where we want to go. Not 3% will not do it. 3% growth will not suffice, I'll tell you that. I think it's going to have to be up over 5%.
Well, General, both to you and to the Secretary, I said this to you when we were together in Singapore a couple of weeks ago. I strongly support what we need to do to give you the resources you need to protect the people of America. And if that means we need to repeal the Budget Control Act, I'm prepared to do that. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Mr. Carbajal.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and thank you all for being here. Secretary Mattis, General Dunford, I can't tell you how relieved I am that you are in the positions you're in. You actually provide great adult supervision to this administration, and I'm just extremely grateful for your service and for you being where you're at. Secretary Mattis, I would like to follow up on the question that Mr. Lejanvin's question regarding climate change. One of the many reasons why I find President Trump's decision to withdraw from the Paris Climate Accord disturbing is because of all the security risks we will face if we do not address climate change. For example, rising sea levels will affect the stability of military sites on the coastlines, including but not limited to sites in California, Virginia, South Carolina, North Carolina, Georgia, Florida, as they are at higher risk of severe flooding and other extreme weather events. In 2008, the National Intelligence Council found that over 30 military sites in the continental United States are already facing elevated risks because of sea level rise. Secretary Mattis, what actions is the department taking to protect against the effects of sea level rise and climate change in general, especially in terms of protecting critical military infrastructure? And two, how can climate change complicate our strategic objective, especially in terms of our Asia-Pacific rebalance strategy?
Congressman, first I would say that withdrawal from the Paris Accord is not, the administration is not going to do anything about it. They're going to do it under a different framework, but it's not that they're not going to address climate change, a warming climate. As far as what we do to address this inside the military, I've frankly been a little consumed by the situation in Korea and Europe and some others, so I need to get some specifics on this. But I know that we look at that protection of our physical infrastructure wherever we're at, and along the coast, obviously, it's a significant concern with the effects of water, you know, whether it be a hurricane or rising sea levels. But I don't have a good answer for you right now, sir, but I will get you one.
Thank you. Secretary Mattis, it is estimated that it will cost $1 trillion to sustain and modernize the nuclear deterrent over 30 years. We extensively discussed whether such modernization is necessary or not, whether we need more nuclear weapons. However, an area we tend to sideline is the threat of nuclear proliferation. What actions are you taking to address the threat of nuclear proliferation? How vital are non-proliferation programs?
So I think nuclear non-proliferation has not received enough attention over quite a few years. I've met with former secretaries of defense to gain from them their perspective when they were in the job I'm in now. Former Secretary of Defense is coming in to see me tomorrow afternoon after I get done testifying in the morning at the over on the Senate side on this very issue. Rose Gottmuller was mentioned earlier by one of your colleagues. I've met with her in Brussels, but I think this is going to be critical to what we turn over to our children's generation. We have a responsibility to re-energize the nuclear non-proliferation effort.
Thank you very much. I yield back, Mr. Chair.
Ms. McSally.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, gentlemen. I want to talk about North Korea. Kim Jong-un has threatened to build the capability to hit the United States with an ICBM and a nuclear warhead. Seems to be obsessed towards gaining that capability. Secretary Mattis, do you believe that's an existential threat to our country if he were to gain that capability?
I do, Congresswoman. He doesn't have it yet, but we don't have to wait until it's there to start addressing it. Yes, ma'am.
Exactly. And I agree with you, should diplomacy fail, and we need to use conventional capability to deal with this threat, can you paint a picture in this environment of what that would entail and what's left of North Korea when it's over?
It would be a war like nothing we've seen since 1953. And there would not, we would have to deal with it with whatever level of force was necessary. I'm not the most articulate on this, ma'am, but it would be a very, very serious war.
General Dunford, do you want to comment on that?
You asked about North Korea, Congresswoman McSally. Let me talk about South Korea. Regardless of what happens, there's 25 million people in Seoul. 300,000 of those are Americans who are within range of thousands of rockets, missiles, and artillery pieces along the border. I don't have any doubt in my mind if we go to war with North Korea that we will win the war. We will be successful in accomplishing our objectives. I'm equally confident in what Secretary Mattis said, in that conflict we will see casualties unlike anything we've seen in 60 or 70 years. And in many of those casualties will be in the first 3, 5, 7 days of the war, where all those people in the greater Seoul area are exposed to the North Korean threat that we will not be able to mitigate initially.
Thank you. I just think the American people need to understand the gravity of the situation that we're dealing with, but also our enemies need to know that ultimately, even as we're discussing readiness challenges and other challenges, we will win. But this is like something we've never seen in my lifetime anyway, should deterrence fail and should diplomacy fail. One of the capabilities you will need in that scenario, I was on the hook to deploy over there in the O plans, is the mighty A-10 Warthog. I was pleased to see in the President's request fully funding the remaining 283 aircraft, which is 9 operational squadrons. But we don't have the funding in there for re-winging the remaining 110 that need re-winging. They'll be grounded soon if they're not re-wung. It is on your unfunded request, which is good. But 9 squadrons is not a lot. Right now they're on the DMZ. They're fighting against ISIS. They're deploying periodically to Europe to deal with the threat from Russia. And last week we had Air Force generals testify that they're willing to go down to 6 squadrons, a cut of 30%, 33%, should the re-winging not happen. So you've agreed that you want this capability at least until 2030, and I appreciate finally getting to that point, and I realize the limitations we've had fiscally in the last years. So we want the capability to at least 2030, but if we were to provide that funding for the re-winging of the remaining 110, would you appreciate having the capacity of having those 9 squadrons given the threats we're facing?
Absolutely, the priorities are right where they are right now, but if we got the money for the additional ones, it would increase our warfighting capability.
Great, thank you. General Dunford, anything else to add?
The only thing I'd say, Congresswoman, I think you understand the dynamic. What I always tell the Chief of Staff of the Air Force is I said, look, to meet our requirements right now, I need all of your legacy capability and a little bit more. And I also need you to start taking your legacy capability offline to grow the Air Force that we need tomorrow. So they really have come in. I think they've got it about right in terms of prioritization within the top line they've been given. But the truth of the matter is that there is more requirement than there is capability and capacity at 55 squadrons.
Exactly. Thank you, gentlemen. I appreciate it. And I yield back.
Mr. Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Gentlemen, thank you very much for your service, for your presence here this evening, your stamina, and your patience. I think my question is primarily for Secretary Mattis. You're not only well-read, as I understand, but also well-written. One of your works has already been referred to this evening. I had an opportunity to read an essay that you co-authored entitled Restoring Our National Security, in which you wrote that for the past 20 years, across administrations of both political parties, the United States has been operating largely unguided by strategy. You say that while we have experienced tactical successes, they don't add up to strategic victories. And in fact, they've cost lives, both soldiers and diplomats, national treasure and global credibility. So I'm a little confused as to why and how you can say that you're confident today about what's being proposed when we are looking at a proposal for a fiscal year 18 budget without what we normally see, which is the future years defense program. I do acknowledge that in your testimony, your written testimony, I believe you stated as well, that we'll make hard choices as we develop our new defense strategy for fiscal year 19 to 23, and that'll be informed by a national defense strategy. But as we sit here today, wouldn't you say that this is a costly undertaking that you're asking us to take without a strategy? There's been some conflicting comments, sometimes silence on issues like what are the decision rules regarding North Korea's development of nuclear capabilities? What is an acceptable end state regarding China's aggression in the South China Sea? And there are just a lot of other components that would go into a strategy. So what we're seeing here now seems more like a budget designed more for tactical success and not strategic victory. Can you just sort of respond respond to that?
Right. What we have to do is define very clearly what is the threat that we see. And in fact, a number of studies have been mentioned here this evening that have helped in that definition. So far as the point I was making in the article, the chapter you read there on from George Shultz's Blueprint for America, what I was referring to was why did we go into Korea, Vietnam, Iraq, and why did we end up with tactical victories and not a strategic outcome? And there's a very interesting article by the President Emeritus, Jim Wright, President Emeritus of Dartmouth University in the Atlantic, July of 2013, said, why do we go into these wars and we don't know how to end them? And the point he made was if you don't define the political end state when you go in, then you cannot figure out how to end the war on a positive note. Notice I left out one war, Desert Shield, Desert Storm, where very clear political guidance was given. But when you shift from those kind of tactical events to more broadly, we can define the threats to this country pretty well right now. That's why I'm confident, Congressman.
Are you confident, though, that we have a strategy for the post-ISIL Syria and Iraq, how we ensure security and stability?
That is being put together. We've been here a couple months. Secretary Tillerson, in his role as Secretary of State, I inform him of the military factors, but this foreign policy of the United States should largely be drawn up by basically the State Department, and I believe he's putting that together very, very well. His diplomats are literally serving alongside us in Syria right now. with our officers who are in that fight. So I am confident it's being put together. It's not complete yet, but I know that we've got to fight this enemy no matter what. So that's just part of the current situation we have to address. It does not require a fully fleshed out strategy yet, but we're going to have one pretty darn quick.
Thank you. And finally, if I can get this in, I don't want you to necessarily, you don't have to comment on what you think about the reduction of 29% in the State Department's budget, but is that proposed, because you talked about whole of government approach, the reduction, does that inform the budget that we see in front of us? You know, fewer State Department dollars, you acknowledge that means more Defense Department dollars. Is that reflected in the numbers?
I don't believe so, sir. This is, I mean, I have diplomats from State Department serving alongside us right now, so I have not been affected by a reduction in State Department's budget. And again, I don't feel I'm knowledgeable enough to give you a detailed understanding of what those cuts are. That I'd have to defer to the Secretary of State.
Thank you very much, Mr. Secretary. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Russell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you each for being here tonight. Probably there's no greater historical example of unpreparedness than what happened in the Philippines in 1942. I'd like to read just a couple of brief excerpts from one of those soldiers that was there. There were 10,000 Americans that surrendered. 650 died on the Bataan Death March by itself. All of those that survived that were weakened and endured horrific suffering, and more than 2/3 of them died. One of the survivors stated, "I'm one of the few Americans who has lost a war and who has seen an American army overrun and defeated by a combination of starvation, sickness, unpreparedness, and superior enemy forces. It was a lonesome feeling. I have seen a country we were defending occupied by hostile enemy forces, occupied thoroughly, efficiently, sadistically, and completely. I have seen the American way of life change in one moment and have seen the stunned, bewildered faces of the erstwhile American High Command as they tried to comprehend the enormity of the blow that had just struck them. I've seen veteran officers schooled for 30 years in traditional authority and routine of command change overnight into tired, dirty, beaten, unshaven old men just trying to keep walking. From American soldiers with the heritage of generations of liberty in our blood, we became the chattel. We used to say, if what is happening here could happen to everyone in the United States for just 1 week, what a change it would make in their attitude about the future insurance of our way of life. Use the prayers of our good people, but remember that prayers work better where the guns are bigger and the planes are faster and the regiments are more numerous. So in the back of all of these plans, I say, let's have what it takes, just in case some gentleman doesn't get the word. I do not know if all the peoples in the different nations will understand our high ideals and unselfish motives, but I do know one thing they'll understand. They'll know what force we have to back up what we say, and if it's big enough, they will act accordingly. The United States is big business. It's bigger than you and bigger than I, and I say there's no cost too great to preserve it." Secretary Mattis, you stated in the remarks tonight that the enemy will move against our weak areas and that Congress has at times risen to the challenge to provide what the military needs. I think we're in one of those moments now. When we take the President's budget and what this committee is proposing, when the DOE and defense-related dollars are subtracted, this committee is proposing about an additional $25 billion baseline dollars over the President's budget of $574. Why could the President not want to take Congress lead, and which budget would best prepare our military?
Congressman, thank you for what you read. I've read about that campaign, and I share your appreciation that either you don't want to be in second place, and we have no no right to victory on the battlefield. That takes commitment, and that takes leadership. And how we got into this situation, I mean, I told you I was shocked when I came back and saw this. We are going to have to move this forward in a stable way. I'll just give you an example. We could not recruit right now 100,000 more troops for the U.S. military, additional, right now. You heard the acknowledgement earlier about what % of our young people are even eligible. We could not right now have the industrial base to build the number of ships, even if you were to somehow repeal the BCA, repeal the Budget Control Act, say you're going to pass budgets on time. We literally could not do some of this that would fully address what you rightly bring up in your role to raise armies and sustain navies. I would just tell you that we're going to have to work together, and if this is the will of the Congress, that they'd be willing to spend that amount, I am confident that the Commander-in-Chief would be in your corner all the way.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary, and thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Mr. O'Halloran.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for your service to our country and for those that you lead. Thank you for their service and their families. I want to bring us back to a couple of things, but one of them is the cost issue. It's obvious that we need to invest. And it's also obvious to me that we need to eliminate the Budget Act issues and all the other issues associated with it. But we still have a situation here where, as much as you want to know where we are going to go for you, we need to know where you want to go in the future. And then we've heard the issue of studies so far. We've talked about $19 billion plus a year for inflation at 3%. We've now talked about $5 billion potentially for additional ships, puts us up to $24+ billion, not compounded over the years, but just at today's rates. And this is just a statement, but I really have a concern with being able to get to next year and where we're going to be with the larger scope of budget needs that the Congress has before it. The second thing is Secretary, you mentioned that that for the enlisted people, they were competitive with salary with the high school diplomas, and we probably are. But we're not asking, and I'm not saying something you don't know, but I just want to make clear that we're not asking these young men and women to go and do work here in the United States at one location and not move their families around and not put themselves in harm's way. This is something that we need to be better than the competitive atmosphere in our society today. And I want to go back to the Secretary of State's issue. The cut is 32% to the State Department. That includes the U.S. Agency for International Development, and a cut of nearly half to development assistance. These are programs that obviously, talking does one thing. You have to be able to negotiate with a package and stop terrorism by getting to the hearts of people. These are what a lot of these programs are for. And Secretary, you had made a statement that reducing regional chaos in tandem with our interagency partners and international allies to help foster a coherent order requires adequate diplomatic resources. And former Chairman Admiral Mullen has stated that cutting the budget in this manner puts the lives of our men and women in uniform at risk. So instead of getting into the cost issue, can we have agreement that it is critical that our State Department be able to function at the highest level necessary to work in unison with you, the Defense Department, and other agencies so that we can stop wars and therefore stop the bloodshed that we're trying to prevent through both the kinetic energy and the State Department side of the equation?
Yes, sir, and I want to always make certain our diplomats under Secretary Tillerson are negotiating from a position of strength that the U.S. military, well-funded U.S. military, can provide.
Thank you, Secretary, and I just want to say thank you for the great work that you're doing right now. and bringing Mr. Norquist on. I think you have a job that you're going to have a challenge at. And Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Dr. Desjardins.
The Russians and Chinese are allocating more and more resources towards advanced weaponry and technology and are making rapid gains in these areas, especially hypersonics. As you may be aware, several news outlets have reported that Russia recently conducted tests of its Zircon hypersonic missile nearly a year ahead of schedule. Defense analysts have described this as a quantum leap in technology. When it comes to hypersonics, do you feel like we're where we need to be to meet these threats?
No, sir, this is the fourth concurrent force I mentioned about rapid technological change. I think we have got to increase our hypersonic R&D effort.
Do you feel the bureaucracy and compartmentalization of our budget process is putting us in a vulnerable position in areas such as R&D?
There are areas, sir, where we need to get acquisition reform, and we need it quickly. I'm bringing in people from private industry with those specific skill sets in order to identify to you the problems well enough that you can see the solution here, because some of it requires legislative relief. Much of it requires reform inside the department.
Is part of your reevaluation of the missile defense budget going to be allocated towards hypersonic defense systems? I think right now $75 million has been set aside.
I'm not sure where the money will be taken from or if it will be added on, but I know we're going to have to put more money into hypersonic R&D.
Okay. Thank you. I yield back.
Mr. Swazi.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, whenever I'm in this hearing room, I'm always sobered by the important responsibility that we as elected officials have, and I'm incredibly sobered by the awesome responsibility that each of you have, and I thank you again for your wonderful service. Secretary Mattis, you talked about this close collaboration you have with Secretary Tillerson, trying to work together to have a joint strategy. I was fortunate to go to Afghanistan in April and was very impressed by the four-year plan that there was, the by, with, and through strategy of building up the Afghan Army and Air Force and the Special Forces and putting pressure on trying to get a little bit more out of Pakistan to do their responsibilities. But I didn't see a similar four-year plan with the State Department. Are you developing plans together that are long-term plans in conjunction with each other as a whole of government?
Secretary Tillerson and I are tied at the hip on this, sir. I assure you the planning is ongoing to keep us in step with one another and to ensure that we have a tandem approach to this, not just a military or even a principally military. It's got to be a collaboration.
It'd be great if there were documents that showed this collaboration between these two branches, this whole of government, that showed a long-term plan as to how to address, or a short-term plan even, how to address our situation in Afghanistan. In this current budget, the request for funds is for the current 8,448 troops. And when we went to Afghanistan, General Nicholson and others made a very persuasive case that a few thousand, 3,000, 5,000 more troops for force protection and to replace some of these private contractors really made a lot of sense. It will save money, it will build morale, it will be effective in helping out. In May, a report came out in a Bloomberg article that the intelligence community is pushing for 50,000 more troops, and it looked like it was a move away from by, with, and through. So can you put us at ease as to what the current thinking is regarding, the current force level versus an increase, a modest increase for force protection versus this report of 50,000 more troops?
Sir, I give no credibility to any report about 50,000 more troops. I can assure you neither the commander in the field nor the chairman of the Joint Chiefs have given me any request like that. Not even close. That's somebody's flight of fantasy, I assure you, sir.
Thank you. And the by, with, and through strategy is the strategy that we're going to continue in the foreseeable future.
And how we enable them by, with, and through, but also perhaps a little more regional approach, sir.
General Scarpati was here on March of 28th of 2017, and he said that additional Russian activity short of war range from disinformation to manipulation. Examples include Russia's outright denial of involvement in the lead-up to Russia's occupation and attempted annexation in Crimea, attempts to influence elections in the United States, France, and elsewhere, its aggressive propaganda campaigns targeting ethnic Russian populations among its neighbors, and cyber activities directed against infrastructure in the Baltic nations and the Ukraine. In all of these ways and more, Russia is attempting to exert its influence, expand its power, and discredit the capability and relevance of the West. And, you know, we hear this all the time, and a lot of it's caught up in the partisanship these days, but Russia is a bad actor, especially in Europe and Eastern Europe. Forget about the United States now and everybody's in the news these days. What is the DOD's responsibility regarding hybrid warfare to combat, you know, we talk heavily about troops and about equipment. What are we doing to combat this hybrid warfare of propaganda, disinformation from the DOD's perspective? And what can we do, and how else can we assist you?
I'll have the chairman speak to this for a moment. Sir, what you defined with General Scaparotti's words there, Russia has chosen to be a strategic competitor. They want a veto authority over the diplomatic, economic, and security interests of their near abroad, and actually a little deeper than just near abroad. The changing character of war, this deniable gray zone, cyber, this is what you're seeing.
And beyond that, corruption, outright corruption. They're trying to make money by undermining governments in Eastern Europe and Europe.
Absolutely. So how do we adapt to this so that we're not waiting with tank columns for an enemy that never can be taken on? It's the changing character of war. Let me have the chairman just give a few groups on this. It's a heavily military education issue as well of our own.
Congressman, we've spent a lot of time over the past year looking at this issue, and if you really break it down into political influence, economic coercion, information operations, cyber capabilities, military posture, all put together to advance Russia's national interests. I think the U.S. military presence in Europe is a key piece of it, our assurance. Our cyber capabilities are an important part of it. Information operations is something we can do from a military perspective. The one thing that Russia is able to do is very quickly integrate their entire government to advance their interests in Europe. And one of the things that they're doing, of course, is undermining the credibility of our alliance structure in NATO and causing people to question whether we can meet our alliance commitments. And so I think at least 3 out of the 5 major areas are areas where there is a military dimension. But the thing I'd emphasize is that what you're describing, I call it adversarial competition. It has a military dimension. It falls short of war, but it also is the whole of government. And I think probably 3 out of the 5 areas I mentioned are areas where the military can contribute, but the entire government needs to be waging in this adversarial competition.
Well, I've used up all my time. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I look forward to discussing this further in the future. Thank you.
Dr. Abraham.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for your endurance tonight, gentlemen. I've heard some phraseology used tonight, prioritize, challenges with families, don't have the reach, balancing act, and it all goes back to the Budget Control Act. We're not giving you guys the money that you have to do. And I know, Secretary Mattis, your burden must be very great trying to balance this on a daily basis. So certainly us on the committee, but all of Congress, we've got to put our money literally where our mouth is and break this Budget Control Act. And I know we on the committee with the chairman's leadership certainly would love to do that. One of your priorities with your 2018 in your testimony was to keep the faith with the servicemen and women and their families. I saw where in Italy, for example, you've got 2 naval hospitals and 1 Air Force hospital that are on a closure list. And I worry that when and if those do get shut down, that standard of care for the service members and their families will suffer greatly. And I guess my question, Secretary Mattis, is what's your opinion on that? What's your take on the closure of those 3 hospitals and hospitals like those? Where will these people go? I'm worried about the standard of care being lowered. I'll let you answer.
I've got to look at it, sir. I'd have to look at the specifics of the location, but the bottom line is we can't deploy troops and families where we don't provide sufficient hospital care. So let me look at those 3 in Italy and come back to you with what we have in mind and what we're going to do to mitigate any loss of capability. but I can't give you a good answer right now, sir.
Oh, that's fine. Yeah, get back to me as soon as you can. It's been referenced with the maintenance issue on the aircraft. We, in this particular hearing room, we've also been told by others where we are 1,500 to 1,600 pilots short. We're about 3,400 to 3,500 maintainers short. You've got the commercial airlines that are pulling pilots from the military daily, and even with the commercial carriers incentivizing with perks and monies, they are still not able to meet their demands, and they are even talking about reducing routes commercially. What is the DoD doing to retain, build a pilot cadre, and is it even solvable with money? Where would it go?
Congressman, you've just identified an issue that actually is keeping the Chief of Staff of the Air Force and the Chief of Naval Operations and the Commandant of the Marine Corps awake at night. And there actually is collaboration right now with industry to look at this as a national problem for the aggregate number of pilots, both for the commercial sector as well as for the Department of Defense. And so General Goldfein has been leading an effort to do that, to open up that dialogue and look at what will it take to rebuild that pilot base to meet both commercial needs and military needs. And of course, in the near term, one thing we use is the incentive system to keep our pilots in. A key piece of the incentive system, though, is not just base pay and bonuses for flying. It's we call it quality of work. It's the number of hours you fly and your confidence in your aircraft and those kinds of things. So those are the areas that the Chief of Staff of the Air Force is focused on the squadron level. That's where it makes a difference. And in a number of initiatives that he's doing are designed specifically to retain pilots. But as you point out, it's going to take a public-private dialogue and solution to get at both the commercial requirements and the department's requirements.
Well, like you gentlemen, I have the highest faith in the Chief of the Air Force also, Dr. Goldfein. So I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. McEachin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Secretary Mattis, I am a new congressman, and I have to tell you that I was surprised by the amount of engagements we have across the globe. I quickly became a disciple of a 355-ship Navy. You have spoken in your testimony today, or at least alluded to, that our future defense strategy might change or evolve. I don't want to put words into your mouth, sir. My initial question is this. I understand our national defense strategy to be being capable of fighting two major conflicts simultaneously, perhaps one with a state actor, perhaps one with a non-state actor. Do you envision, as I know your crystal ball may not be perfect, but do you envision that aspect of our national defense strategy changing over time?
Sir, if the enemy, our adversary, has 4 courses of action that I prepare for, I'm pretty confident number 5 will be the one he uses. What I'm saying is we have a fundamentally unpredictable phenomenon that this committee deals with, and that's called war. That is the auditor that we have to be prepared for. Ultimately, it audits our recruiting, our equipping, our research, our pay. It audits everything about the military. So how do we create a military that's got a shock absorber in it so that when surprise strikes, we are ready for it? I believe that we will have to be ready for more than one adversary at one time because we're up against thinking, cunning adversaries, and if they see us engaged with one in one arena and they have mischief in mind, they certainly will take advantage of our distraction. So in creating a military with a shock absorber in it, we have to be prepared to do more than one thing at a time.
I would also ask you, I know that maybe it was Mr. Whitman, maybe it was Mr. Courtney, but someone asked you about the $1 billion reduction in the shipbuilding account, and I have to confess to you that I either missed your answer or didn't understand your answer. Would you mind repeating your answer as to why that's justified at this time?
I would not justify reducing the shipbuilding account. Right now, we are trying to prioritize readiness. In other words, we have ships that you have already bought, that we already have manned, that cannot go to sea. So in some cases, what we are doing is putting money into readiness while trying to save the shipbuilding account so we have tomorrow's readiness being constructed today. But this is a matter of prioritization, Congressman, as we deal with the reality of too many years of these ships not being maintained in a way that we get full use out of them. So, you know, what we can't do is cease to put in operations and maintenance money there because we're putting it all into building new ships. As much as I'd love to build new ships with it, it's a balancing act, sir.
So, Mr. Secretary, would you reject the characterization then that the funding for the Navy shipbuilding and conversion account relative to FY17 has been reduced?
No, sir. I just ask for your patience that we're digging our way out of a readiness hole. And in order to do that, we can't always build or put the money where we would want to if we didn't have to deal with this reality that comes from years of living under the Budget Control Act where we have been unable to maintain the ships. It is not the option that I would prefer.
Again, I apologize if this question has already been asked, but at what point in the future do you see us making strides towards that 355-ship Navy, positive strides, whether it's getting out of whatever holes you perceive us being in or just what?
I think even this year, with 9 ships in the budget, sir, at least it starts us in the right direction. But it's only a start, and I share your impatience or your concern about it. And in 2019 to 2023, obviously we need the kind of growth that the Chairman Dunford was referring to, of 3 to 5% a year, in order to start enlarging the fleet. We need a larger fleet. I don't seem to get much argument on that from anybody, so I think it's a matter of allocating the resources.
Sadly, my time is used up, but sir.
Mr. Kelly.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank all you gentlemen for being here. I still currently serve in the Mississippi Army National Guard. I've served there for almost 32 years, be 33, I think, in December. Our readiness levels is not where I've seen it in my entire career. And I think there are units that are really good. I think there's equipment. But we have got to maintain our equipment and get back to the level that we can sustain. And I don't think that we can do that on the budget that's proposed of $603 billion. I think we need to be more in the range of 604. We talked about munitions. Those can come out of OCO because they're being used in operations or overseas contingency operations. So I don't understand why we can't have a little certainty in purchasing new munitions through the OCO funding that is specifically to buy those munitions that we're shooting at the bad guys. Equipment, we have got to, right now what I'm seeing, and it's all underhanded, and nobody said this is just Trent Kelly's little assumption, but right now what I'm seeing is most of the active component services are eyeballing the equipment of the Guard and Reserves and saying we can transfer this to us and give them the old stuff and fall in on their stuff to help us get through. I don't blame them for doing that, but that doesn't help us long-term readiness. We've got to be equipped. If you want me to go fight the enemy as a National Guardsman, I've got to have a M1A2 SEP V2 tank. I cannot deploy in the M60A3 and achieve the effects that I need to achieve. Our communications don't work. We ought to look and smell the same, whether it's active or reserve, and get the force structure to meet that. But when we start trying to take equipment from one to shift to the other, in the old Army that I grew up in, you didn't hot rack tanks. You didn't use other people's equipment. You painted your name on yours, and you owned it, and you took a lot of pride in it. Our soldiers and sailors and airmen and Marines, they don't have to do that anymore because they don't deploy with their equipment. They deploy with somebody else's. And they leave it over there for the next guy to fall in on, and the guys back here can't train because of readiness. What are we doing to get the spare parts and to get the current fleet across the board, not to transfer readiness from one unit to the other, but to actually start building the OR rates of these units?
Well, sort of the first step at that was the $21 billion that the Congress gave us for the FY17 supplemental was directly targeted on this. This budget this year is designed to further that, but, sir, it took us a long time to get here, and again, I share your impatience with this, but I would tell you, too, that OCO will not tell industry with any confidence that they should open another line, put in the money into their industrial plant, because they don't know if that's going to be there next year. This has got to be part of a budget plan if we want them to make the industrial contribution that their stockholders are going to have to put money up for, because for them to go broke is not part of their responsibility. So OCO does not help us expand the industrial base. We can get max out of the industrial base, but they're not going to build more industrial base on OCO.
So then why don't we ask for 640 instead of 603 and call it all top-line spending and not OCO?
Well, I mean, that's an option, sir. As you know, we're already coming in asking you to bust the Budget Control Act. I mean, at some point, we have to recognize the law that you've passed. And I don't have an answer, because that law was passed with the idea that it would be so injurious that it would never go into effect. Well, it's been in effect for years now, and frankly, the Department of Defense cannot change that law. Only Congress can.
I agree wholeheartedly, Secretary, and we've got to break the sequester and the BCA. I do think that we need a higher number, and I think we need the certainty to go with that. If we give that to you, can you spend that on training soldiers? We don't have enough slots to train soldiers. We can't send soldiers to additional training to developing classes, AIT and NCOES and OES. Can you spend that money in new schools and new things to train these soldiers and equipment if we get that BCA busted and we give you the money on the top line?
We can, sir. It would help if it was in multi-year money so that we could have a program that we know we're going to implement over a couple of years. It would help if it came in a budget on time, not a continuing resolution. With the paralysis, a continuing resolution will apply to us. So with fiscal discipline, we will do our level best to spend every bit of it and address every problem you've got. We share your assessment of what the problem is.
Thank you all for your service, and thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Mr. Khanna.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, gentlemen, for your service to our country and for being so patient to take questions from some of the junior members. Secretary Mattis, Gio Saba and my staff tells me how respected you were back home at Stanford. Appreciate your service. I have two questions. I want to read from the 809 panel interim report, which, as you're aware, was the commission panel created to help streamline the defense acquisition process. And they wrote, according to DOD, the last major defense downturn in the late 1980s and early 1990s resulted in more than 300 prime contractors, platform, and sub-tier companies merging to form 5 mega primes of today: Boeing, Lockheed Martin, Northrop Grumman, Raytheon, and General Dynamics. My question is, do you think there is enough competition in the defense industrial base, and what steps are you taking to create more competition?
It's very hard for us to create competition, sir. It's based on how much budget we have and how many different companies feel they can compete and stay healthy. We saw this coming in the 1990s. What the Defense Department did, I happen to be the executive secretary to 2 secretaries of defense, William Perry and William Cohen. They looked at each case where they concentrated the industrial base into smaller and fewer companies, larger actually, but fewer companies. But there was no way to maintain the vitality, the financial vitality of the companies, and if we stood in the way of it. So it was forced on us. We were worried about it then. We saw this coming where there'd be less competition, but frankly, we were unable to sustain an effort to maintain the wider industrial base.
Well, I hope you'll consider things we can do to have more competition if it's possible. My second question concerns, your testimony was very eloquent, where you said our nation has been at war for 16 years, the longest war our country has faced, and that this has been in part why our resources have been strained. And I think if you were to look objectively at Iraq and Afghanistan and Libya and ask, has our country met the objectives we set out to meet, you would probably get people on both sides of the aisle saying that hasn't been the case. I mean, as you know, better than I, Taliban still controls 40% of Afghanistan. And so where I come in Silicon Valley, you know, when you have a business and they come for more funding, one of the questions will be, well, is the strategic plan working, or do we need a change in strategy? And my question is, I have great confidence in our troops. I have less confidence in the policymakers. Do we need, before we talk about more funding, a clear sense of what the strategy is going to be so that we know that the last 16 years, if we haven't achieved our goals, that we will achieve our goals in these regions?
Well, I think we do need a change in strategy, and I think it's got to be one that starts with a good exchange between the Congress and the level of resources they believe is appropriate to the Department of Defense. And I would start there by saying that continued BCA, which makes the Congress a spectator to all this, is probably an irresponsible way to go. I'm much more comfortable coming up here and defending a strategy and a good relationship and a good discussion back and forth than I am with coming up here as we all watch BCA put us into a position that some of the serving members who have been in the National Guard and the armed forces say is destroying that very military readiness. So it's a balancing act of getting a good strategic dialogue, determining what level of the government's treasure we're willing to put into defense, and make certain that what we've got are well-defined objectives that we can accomplish. I'm not going to condemn what someone has done before me. I'll leave that to history. I'm here to deal with the reality of the threats to the country today.
Thank you for your answers. I yield back the balance of my time.
Sure.
Mr. Gallagher. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. General Dunford, 2 years ago, Lieutenant General Gluck told this committee that the COCOM demand for amphibs was closer to 54 than the nominal Navy Marine Corps unconstrained goal of 38. Is that still the case?
That's pretty close to being the case, Congressman. I remember those numbers. I was the commandant in the Marine Corps at the time.
And if anything, I would submit that the Navy's 2016 force structure assessment, where the formal requirement was raised from 34 to 38, suggests that in a greater threat environment, the amphibious demands are growing. Despite this trend, your budget request does not support another amphibious ship until FY 2020. Navy officials have supported the long-term layup of certain amphibious ships, which, while it will support certain modernization and readiness requirements, will also take them out of the fleet and further reduce our amphib capacity. Your FY 18 request also reduces the planned procurement of ship-to-shore connectors from 6 in the FY 17 FYDP to 3. So I guess my question at the end of the day is, in light of that, does the FY 18 budget request improve or degrade the capacity of the Navy Marine Corps team to project power?
Congressman, I have to go back and check the numbers, but it certainly doesn't enhance the capability of the Navy Marine Corps team to project power.
And I think that the answer we've heard sort of in the 5 or so ship building or Navy questions that have asked tonight is that you've chosen to prioritize readiness over long-term shipbuilding. And I understand why readiness is so important. I just don't understand why we can't do both at the same time. When you look at Reagan's first full-year budget, he added $3 billion on Navy O&M, $10 billion on shipbuilding. So why have we chosen this sort of false choice, that's my word, right now between readiness and long-term shipbuilding in this budget?
Well, it's a good question, Congressman, and I don't take any issue with where you're going with it. I would just tell you that when we're already busting the BCA cap by $52 billion, this is not a budget that's taking readiness or modernization laying down, but we have got to marry our time. Congress has the Budget Control Act in effect. I mean, if we walk into here acting as if there's nothing that you've said and put into law has any effect, you would understandably, or at least some members of the Congress would understandably question our judgment. Mm-hmm. We've got to at least deal with this. And if you come out and tell us that you're willing to go right now as a Congress, not this committee. This committee has stood by us through thick and thin. This committee is not the problem, nor are your colleagues on the Senate Armed Service Committee. You know where the problem lies. It's more broadly, and please guide us, talk to us. We're eager to do what you're talking about.
I guess my only difference of opinion on that approach is it suggests that the Pentagon and the president are passive spectators in this process and have priced in sort of what the congressional market can bear, when we know that sort of leadership from Article 1 can change the market dynamics themselves.
Well, Article 1, if I remember right, sir.
Article 2, excuse me.
Yes, sir. I think Article 1 is
if you are indeed urging us to, you've both condemned BCA, why does the budget extend the reductions under BCA from 2021 when they expire through 2027? Are those just placeholders? It grinds it down to roughly 2% of GDP.
Go ahead.
When you're looking at the FIDUP, the out years numbers, those are placeholders.
Okay.
As the Secretary Mattis has referenced, when the studies are done, next year we'll include the out years and the implications, but right now they're just placeholders.
Sure. And then quickly, going back to a line of questioning that Mr. Conaway and Ms. Hanabusa brought up, you said that you made the claim in your testimony that a round of BRAC could allow us to buy something like 120 Super Hornets. What is the department's assessment of what we've been able to buy from the last round of BRAC?
We could go in and show the amount of money that we've saved, and we just, obviously it goes into the defense budget. We can give you some examples of what I was showing, examples of what that savings would translate to in terms of combat capability. But we can certainly go back, show you what we've saved from past BRACs, and then tell you what that translates into in terms of number of ships or airplanes or tanks or whatever.
And then I think we all appreciate that, and also an assessment of what investments in readiness we're prepared to forego in order to fund another round of BRAC. In other words, sort of reverse the dynamic and say, how many Hornets would it cost us to fund BRAC? But I think we would really appreciate that assessment.
You mean for a couple of years until it started paying off?
All the costs are on the front end.
Okay.
Thank you. I yield.
Ms. Secretary, the last round of BRAC took more than 10 years to break even. So just part of the reason there's concern on this committee is, and last time I checked with CBO, they didn't have it breaking even yet. Now that's been a year or so. But there's no doubt it took more than 10 years to break even, not a couple. And so that has left a bitter taste in a lot of folks' mouth. It did not achieve the savings that were promised. So just an editorial comment. I'm happy to continue to talk, as I know other members are, but the last one is not a very good basis to go on.
Well, I would try to align. I told you I don't accept the current
and I appreciate that.
And what we'll do is we'll look at what can we do to make certain that what we get rid of this next time starts paying off in 5 years, not 10 or 20.
It's got to be a different approach.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Mr. Bacon.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for your patience in being here and for your leadership. A lot of great, insightful comments tonight, and I thank you for them. One of the ones that stand out is just the fact that we have this huge bow wave of modernization, as the chairman pointed out, and you've had to work within the top line that you've been given, and that the BCA has had that huge impact. So I think it's just a great summary of what you've had to contend with here. My first question is for the chairman dealing with intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance. Today, only 30% of our combat commanders, airborne intelligence, surveillance, reconnaissance, or ISR, are being met by our capabilities from the combatant commanders, their requirements. This means we are choosing between providing ISR support for counterterrorism or collection of peer competitors like Russia or China. Is 30% good enough? And does the current budget proposal by you or by the executive branch here, is it helping to narrow that gap?
Congressman, just a little bit of history. We've actually grown the ISR enterprise by 1,200% since 2001. We've increased the numbers of platforms by 600% since 2008, and we're currently meeting 30% of the requirements. So this is one of those areas in the department I actually don't think we can buy our way out of. And it's probably number one, not probably, it is number one for me in terms of innovation initiatives, leveraging big data, and finding a different way to feed decision making. In other words, we won't be able to buy enough platforms to meet the current articulated requirement by the combatant commanders, and yet we still need to get the intelligence necessary to feed decision-making. So I guess what I'm suggesting to you is that we're growing now from 60 caps to 90 caps over the next couple of years. That's our program growth, so that's a 50% growth. And at the end of that period of time, I suspect we'll be somewhere at 34% or 35%. So the areas that we need to burn some intellectual capital on, this particular problem is at the top of the list.
Okay. Secretary Mattis, do you have anything else to add to that?
Sir, as our military has shrunk in size, the need for more precise intelligence is one of the ways we mitigate the risk of that smaller military. So part of this is a growing need for a level of what's over the next hill, where's the enemy, what's going on, as we've gotten a smaller military that we are still committing, as you know, around the world. We didn't pull everybody out as we'd anticipated a few years ago and reconstitute it at a time when we could have put more effort into this, more finances into it. So we're going to have to continue to work this, but what we're doing right now is challenging for us, very challenging to shrink this gap.
Okay. Another area of concern is electronic warfare. When I came in 1985, we had let's say a dominant electronic warfare capability compared to our near peers, we'll say. But in the 90s and I think the 2000s, we let it atrophy. And I would say today the Russians and Chinese are producing electronic warfare capabilities, technology-wise and capacity-wise, that exceeds us. Does this budget, Chairman, does it help narrow that gap in the electronic warfare realm?
Congressman, it does, and we started in 17, and I couldn't agree with you more that our competitive advantage has eroded over time in electronic warfare. And when we talk about our ability to project power, and we talk about adversaries like China and Russia specifically targeting our ability to move into an operational area and then operate freely within that area. You've heard the term anti-access area denial. Electronic warfare is one of the key areas that we need to improve our competitive edge.
Okay. Mr. Secretary, anything else to add? Okay. Thank you very much. I yield back.
Mr. Banks.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you to each of you, sirs, for joining us late into the evening tonight to talk about these important issues. Mr. Secretary, General Nicholson suggested and you endorsed efforts to add a, quote, few thousand additional troops to prop up the Afghan security forces in the face of aggressive Taliban attacks. I want to dig more deeply into testimony that you've already provided related to the budget related to Afghanistan. Why would a new total of approximately 15,000 troops be decisive when just a few years ago there were close to 100,000 troops in Afghanistan? Have our interest or the mission changed?
The Afghan army, as you know, has been fighting hard, and you just have to look at the casualty figures to see that reality. The troops that are being asked for by General Nicholson, and I don't want to characterize them all this way, but many of them are going to be what we call train, advise, assist. These are troops that are specifically trained by our U.S. Army to go out in the field, and you apply them with the brigades, the Afghan brigade. Now remember, we've been operating at what we would call the 3-star headquarters, the corps level headquarters. Below them is the 2-star division headquarters, then you get down to the 1-star and colonels in the brigades. We're talking now about putting people who can call NATO air support down at the brigade level. So when they are in contact, the high ground is now going to be owned by the Afghans. It's a fundamental change to how we bring our what I would call our real superiority in terms of air support to help them. So in other words, we're not talking about putting our troops in the front line and saying somehow a few thousand more troops in the front line alongside them are going to help taking the hill by closing with their rifles and machine guns. These are going to be people specifically designed, trained, and organized and equipped to go in and advise them how to take the hill, get them the air support, the artillery support, the rocket support that will enable them. Does that help to address your question?
Yes, Mr. Secretary, like you, I'm supportive of ensuring that al-Qaeda and groups that want to attack the U.S. homeland are unable to gain safe haven again in Afghanistan, and I support those efforts. But when it comes to corruption and ensuring to the American taxpayers that the investment is a sound one in Afghanistan, what do we need to do to ensure that our support for the Afghan security forces is used appropriately and effectively?
Yeah, I think corruption has been probably the biggest strategic vulnerability that we faced in terms of the government of Afghanistan gaining the respect and the trust of their own people. The authorities we give and the expectations we give to these troops that we're plugging in down at lower levels, for one thing, will help to change that. But furthermore, I went to Afghanistan here a month and a half ago, and I met the officer who's now been put in charge of going after corruption. I find a fellow who's serious, but as you know, this is a society that's run by reciprocity. It's a tribal society by and large, and we're going to have to deal with the corruption in a way consistent with that society. They recognize the problem there. They recognize that something's got to be done about it. But this is a critical problem. I'd say this biggest strategic problem we face is corruption, and we will be dealing with it. President Ghani has got a problem to deal with it, or has a program to deal with it, and we'll do our best to address it. We've got to.
Thank you very much. I yield back.
Ms. Cheney.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much, Secretary Mattis and General Dunford. I appreciate your time here this evening. First of all, I want to say I completely agree we've got to repeal the Budget Control Act. I believe there's no more important obligation we have as members of Congress than providing resources necessary for the defense of the nation. It doesn't matter how much health care reform we do, how much tax reform we do. It doesn't matter if we balance our budget. If we get this wrong, none of that matters. And we can't get this right without repealing the Budget Control Act. Having said that, though, I'm very troubled by the budget that the administration has put forward. And I think that in both of your written testimony to the committee and a testimony here tonight, you've done a tremendous job at laying out the gravity of the threats that we face, laying out the seriousness of the situation, the pace of advancements that our adversaries are making against us, including in areas we may not be able to counter or defend against. And dominance lost. And in particular, General Dunford, in your written testimony, you talk about within 5 years the potential that we would lose the ability to project power. Yet the budget that's been presented to us is at best a holding pattern, at best. When we face an existential threat from North Korea and this budget cuts missile defense, it cuts directed energy funding, which in your testimony, Secretary Mattis, you said is crucial. I want to understand, General Dunford, this is a question for you, how can we possibly justify, we've heard tonight this budget is a holding pattern before we get to real growth. How can we possibly justify a year of holding pattern? Why isn't it better to begin the real growth today when we should have begun it yesterday?
Congresswoman, all I can do is tell you if our priorities are correct within the top line that I've been given. And when I talked about that 5 years, and we'll talk more in detail on Wednesday night, we came up with that by analyzing our peer competitors by functional area and taking a look at where are we today, where will we be in 5 years based on projected resources, where are our potential adversaries today, and where will they be in 5 years. So I'm trying to share with you the problem. I can't solve it. I can tell you that we have the right priorities within the top line we've been given, but I've also emphasized that if we don't turn around the trend, if we don't change the trajectory that we're on, that's where we will be at a competitive disadvantage within 5 years. So I'm trying to do the best I can with candor to share the situation as it exists today and what it will be in 5 years if we don't actually take action.
I appreciate that. Who gave you the top line? Are we talking about OMB?
That's correct. It's a growth of about 5%, a little over 5% over 2017. And it's, as I said, it's $52 billion above the BCA cap. At some point, we have got to get some freedom, and OMB will need the same freedom.
Right, but with all due respect, Mr. Secretary, we are in a hole that may be greater than we've certainly been in since the 1970s. We are facing an array of threats. You said in your testimony that is basically more volatile than at any time in your career. And so I'm trying to understand how it is that we could possibly have an administration that's saying, but it's okay, we can wait until next year to begin the serious buildup.
I don't think anyone is saying that, ma'am. At 5% growth, that's a bit of a change, to say the least.
Well, it's 3%, as I understand it, Mr. Secretary,
Over 2017?
Over the Obama administration request for 2017.
Okay. Well, Congresswoman, we're growing the budget. We're dealing with readiness problems that we inherited, that the Congress has watched for some time, and we are going to do our best to create combat capability as swiftly as we can using an all-volunteer force and trying to get ships back to sea, trying to get airplanes back in the air.
But I'm sorry, Mr. Secretary, but I just don't understand when you say we're doing it as quickly as we can, why, you know, tonight
Well,
we've said we're going to begin real growth next year.
Right.
Why are we all right to wait until next year to begin that real growth?
Well, for one thing, ma'am, we've got to put some money, a lot of money, into readiness where we're already in a hole. I mean, I've looked at the unfunded priorities list, and after the priorities we've already set, I agree with every one of the unfunded priorities as well. And that's $33 billion more dollars. But the bottom line is you're asking us to come in with a budget request beyond what we have now. That would be even more of a violation of the act that Congress has passed. I mean, we need some direction from you as well. I mean, frankly, as I recall my civics textbook, the president doesn't even have to send a budget. I mean,
right, but
that's
Mr.
up to
Secretary,
you.
Well, with all due respect, I know my time is up. Just to echo what my colleague, Mr. Gallagher, said, the president's got to lead on this. And you know, in terms of the budget proposal that came up, and I know you dealt with this issue of the proposed caps, but the president's budget extends the Budget Control Act out 6 years. So we can say it's a placeholder, but Table S7 foresees the Budget Control Act and the caps going beyond where they're supposed to be today. And so I think we can all agree we've got to repeal the Budget Control Act. It's crucially important, but we can't be in a holding pattern, in my opinion, with all due respect, for a year, you know, while we face the grave nature of the threats we face. Thank you.
Mr. Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and General Dunford, Secretary Mattis, Mr. Norquist. I'm grateful tonight to see the bipartisan appreciation of your service. It's clear that we all want you to be successful for American families. The Vice Chief of Staff of the Army, General Daniel Allen, testified that, quote, based on current readiness levels, the Army can only accomplish defense planning guidance requirements at a high military risk, end of quote. General Dunford, what is your assessment of the impact on our soldiers of being able to accomplish requirements at a high military risk? How many casualties does this mean for the Army to incur when it's ordered to fight at a high military risk? How many casualties at a low military risk?
Congressman, without talking about a specific scenario, I can't talk about casualties, but when General Allen did testify and when we all testified to risk, we do look at two variables. One is the time it takes to accomplish the objectives, and then the amount of casualties that we would estimate under particular circumstances. So I think what General Allen was suggesting is that readiness translates into casualties, and I would subscribe to that as well.
And I appreciate that Colonel Paul Cook has reflected such concern and wants to work with you, obviously. And Mr. Secretary, I want to thank you for your very clear warnings about the destructive consequences of sequestration. But at the same time, the budget level in your request, how many years do you think it will take the Army to address high military risk?
Well, it's a constantly moving target, sir, because the enemy doesn't stand still. But I would just tell you that between 2019 and 2023, we intend to significantly grow the force, the Navy fleet, the Army brigades, and the fighter squadrons to reduce that risk.
And Mr. Secretary, I'm very concerned, as Ms. Cheney too. The defense budget request states, quote, the condition of mission facilities, airfields, training areas, housing, barracks, directly impacts the readiness of the units and the morale of the soldiers, civilians, and families. Yet the budget also tells us that the Army has $10.8 billion in unmet needs, the Navy at $9.5 billion short, and the Air Force is $25 billion short. How long will it take to fix these critical backlogs? 5 years, 10 years, 20 years? Will we ever be able to fix these facilities for our soldiers, sailors, airmen, and Marines to train for war and for their families to live?
Well, we're increasing the MILCON budget, sir. You know, as we look more broadly at this, as I said earlier, Congressman Wilson, we didn't get into this overnight, and it's going to take time to get us out of this. We were given a top line as the President's budget had to deal with a lot of priorities, and we're doing the best we can with the money that we've been given, which is an increase over what past years have committed to DOD. Is it enough? Can I give you a timeline on this? Probably not right now, but it's going in the right direction, and I think we would all agree with that, even if it's not sufficient in terms of getting us where we need to go. But the Congress has the purse strings, and if the Congress decides to fund the unfunded priority list, some of these issues are listed right there, then that money can be applied to it.
And specifically, Mr. Secretary, the Navy alone submitted unfunded requirements of more than $690 million for critical repairs to airfields, dry docks, wharves, and other facilities. Their Air Force asked for more than $850 million, the Army for $820 million. What is the explanation for the committee, and how should we accept whether the budget request is adequate when the services are asking for so much? And really, there's been a great description by Congresswoman Cheney that we're in a holding pattern. And so we want to work with you. And so how quickly can we get this done?
Well, sir, the budget's growing, so a holding pattern I don't agree with. It's not sufficient to address all the shortfalls that grew over years. I'll be the first to admit that. And if the Congress sees fit to give us enough money to do all that, then we could probably do it a lot faster. But for me to give you an estimate would take a heck of a lot of analysis and a firm, stable budget horizon that we have not enjoyed in a decade.
Thank you very much again for all of you being here tonight.
Mr. Gates, make it good.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm not sure when the Secretary said that he kept others up at night, he quite had this in mind. Mr. Secretary, please know that the warfighters in my district in Northwest Florida are as proud of you as I'm certain you are of them. We've spent now 4 hours in this hearing to essentially answer this question. If we gave you more money than the administration requested with a stable budget horizon, could you use it effectively?
Yes, Congressman, we could.
And would that effective use of money above and beyond what the administration has requested make our troops safer in combat?
We would ensure it did.
And would the money that we could provide above and beyond what the administration has requested do a great deal to advance America's interests throughout the world?
I would presume so, yes.
And as we sit here today, is it accurate that the average airplane in our Air Force is about 27 years old?
I would have to confirm that, but it sounds, it's in the ballpark.
At any other time in the Air Force's history, has the average age of an aircraft been higher?
I don't believe so, but again, I'd have to look at the specific data.
And today in the Air Force, would we have to say that more or less than half of our fighter squadrons are fully spectrum ready?
Well, Congressman, I'd prefer not to get too specific in open hearing, but I think you're about right.
And the fact that we have an Air Force where perhaps readiness is less than optimal, with aircraft that are older than at any other time in the Air Force's history, could you take just a moment and reflect on the impact that has on our ability to project power and the safety of those that we send into combat?
Well, Congressman, I think you've heard from the chairman tonight, we have pilots who are not flying enough to stay current in their aircraft or have their confidence in the aircraft. We have readiness problems across the force. And these, for anyone, I think, who's been on this committee for more than a year, probably this is not a surprise. It was a bit of a shock for me coming back to the department. But what you're outlining appears to be a pretty good definition of the problem.
Earlier, in response to a question, you indicated that you thought Qatar was moving in the right direction. I appreciated that characterization because it's quite binary. In a world that is always moving, things are always going in the right direction or in the wrong direction. What characterization would you apply to Turkey? Are they going in the right direction or the wrong direction?
Well, in what regard, sir?
In the same regards in which you answered the question as it related to Qatar.
Qatar was in regard to whether or not they were moving away from funding, and much of it was private funding, not governmental, but funding of any kind of violent extremists. And in that regard, they're moving in the right direction. I'm not aware of Turkey funding violent extremists.
Then in the broadest sense, Mr. Secretary, of Turkey's interaction with the world, with our allies, taking into account our utilization of Turkish airspace, military assets, also taking into consideration, the challenges that we have in the Aegean with the Greeks and the Turks. Is Turkey moving in the right direction or the wrong direction?
Turkey is a NATO ally, as you know. It's got internal political issues that they're dealing with. They provide an air base that has been invaluable in the fight against ISIS. It's a mixed bag in that regard, but I think right now we're doing the best we can to work with Turkey in areas where we have common interests in order to take advantage of the situation that they provide, being right on the border, being a frontline state against terrorists.
Thank you so much, Secretary Mattis. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you both for responding to all the questions that this committee put to you. I think you can tell there's bipartisan interest in going above 603. There is also bipartisan interest in working with you to reform the department to be more agile and more efficient, which is also a part of the equation. So needless to say, we've got lots of work together yet to come. Without objection, members have 3 legislative days in which to submit extraneous material for inclusion into the record, consistent with the committee policy limits. And with that, the hearing stands adjourned.